century according to its 100-year master plan to develop an ecosystem of smart society for lifelong learning for all. It has 13 faculties and 3 colleges to educate 3 groups of new qualified graduates to the society as follows. The first group of the faculties educates their students to have a clear-cut, active, strong, and super smart personality and full of creative energy. The Faculty of Engineering and Agro-Industries aims to apply the bodies of knowledge in engineering with those in agriculture and industry to extend its engineering process. This links also to the after-harvest technology and agricultural transformation in food. Its ultimate goal is to raise the quality of agricultural products creatively, as well as have them have high value added. The Faculty of Agricultural Production, besides providing fundamental education on agriculture, emphasizes on the body of knowledge on smart agriculture and innovation extension to make things correspondingly with digital technology. This is to make changes to agriculturists be the persons in a new generation. The Faculty of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Resources is one of the best bodies of knowledge resources on fisheries in the country. It focuses on educating the students to be fishermen who have consciousness on the importance of the environment and a complete local food chain ecosystem wisely. The latter is a good source of protein from aquatic animals and effective to help developing highland regions successfully. The School of Renewable Energy aims at sustainable development by new alternative energy technologies to make all living things balanced. It also emphasizes changing energy to have value added along the production chains in industry, agriculture, and living in an ecosystem creatively for the future world of the digital age. The Faculty of Animal Sciences and Technology teaches you how to take good care of animals and specializes in the development of livestock production as well as learning about modern technologies. Its unique focus is on the environment that facilitates the raising of different kinds of animals. Now comes the second group of the faculties. They educate their students to be typical thinkers, analysts, and managers. The majority of students choose to study in this group and choose to be ones of such persons because they are the brain of the country. The Faculty of Business Administration educates its students to be administrators and entrepreneurs in finance, managing, marketing, and accounting. If you want to study these in a single location, it must be this faculty. Only just study here and your life can change completely. The Faculty of Economics aims to educate its students to be analysts who can change the world through integration and application of bodies of knowledge in economics, politics, finance, and society to explain the changes all around us in all dimensions. The Faculty of Sciences aims to educate its students to be scientists and experimentalists who focus on finding answers for all questions logically with scientific logics. If you want to be one of those, just simply study in this faculty. The School of Administrative Studies aims to educate its students to be social workers and politicians who concentrate on finding the meanings and standing points to develop and administer a community integrally and effectively in both government and private sectors. The International College aims at educating international students, especially the new generation in Southeast Asia. The people in this region want to have a body of knowledge from interdisciplinary fields based on organic agricultural foundations. This is a way to increase their agricultural products to international standards. Finally, here comes the third group of faculties. It is a group of artists in Generation Z. The Faculty of Architecture and Environmental Design aims to educate its students to know both science and arts based on the foundations of architecture and environmental designs, both theoretically and practically. It aims also to make them able to construct their works carefully on the principles of landscape architecture in both their functions and beauty. The School of Tourism Development is specially designed to raise the tourism profession. promote foreign language skills, educate its students to be entrepreneurs in tourism and services. It can make you be a service designer who has highly valuable tourism experience and be a tourist attraction developer to support the international tourism industry. The Faculty of Liberal Arts transfers its bodies of knowledge via culture and communication to understand the society and the values of human beings. It emphasizes also on communication with communities. The Faculty of Information and Communication educates its students to be media creators in the digital world and also have other essential skills for this era in the areas of still picture production, animation, content creation, being a YouTuber, video editing, infographic designing, running a radio show, making a digital TV, shooting a documentary, and making a movie. The students can learn from their direct experience in both the front and behind the scenes. Maejo University has two more campuses or faculties. They are Maejo Pre Chalern Prakit is a center of bodies of knowledge on community agriculture. It aims to educate its students to be a new generation of Maejo Pre agriculturists who have their powerful ideology and visions for society. And Maejo Champon at Lame district in Champon province has set its strategy to develop the local potentiality limitlessly by the integration of interdisciplinary fields of study. It aims to make use of tourism as an axis and organic agriculture as a base on health food, which includes plants, animals, and sea fisheries. Maejo University aims at educating its students to be qualified graduates so that they can be essential resource persons of the country and create Thai society sustainably. Live to learn and live to love. Maejo University. MJU Smart Generation.
And good morning, everyone. Excellency of distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Anung Control, and I will be the MC for this conference. This one is the third International Conference of Renewable Energy, Sustainable Environmental and Agri-Technological Innovation, or I-RESEAT 2021. First of all, may I address to Assistant Professor, Associate Professor Dr. Virapun Thongma, the President of Maejo University, Assistant Professor Nattawut Dusadi, the Vice President of Maejo University, Associate Professor Kring Saksi Ngan Yuang, Associate Professor Yanin Opat Pattanakit, Associate Professor Dr. Banyat Muntian Ad, and also right now we have many deans from a lot of faculties here. The deans of science faculty, deans of liberal art faculty, deans from School of Renewable Energy, deans of Faculty of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Resources, and also deans of Agricultural Production. And welcome everyone to I-RESEAT 2021. Of course, actually, when we talk about the I-RESEAT, this one is the third one that we managed, like the first two, the former two, and we made a lot of success. And also for this, the third one, we have for almost like 200 papers submitted to our committees. And when we talk about the third International Conference of Renewable Energy, Sustainable, Environmental, and Agri-Technological Innovation, this one is the virtual on, this means like somebody's going to be online, of course, and somebody's going to be on site. So those even like when you are in every part of the world, but you can be seated in the same conference and we are on the same page, so we can go further together. Of course, this year we comes under the theme of the conference, which is Go Green, Go Eco, and Go Smart. This one is the I-RESEAT 2021. So this we would like to address as novel and innovations and challenges in renewable energy, sustainable environmental and agricultural technologies. The conference will be enriched with distinguished keynote speakers, plenary speakers, oral presenters, and also e-poster sessions. Of course, today we got a lot of keynote speaker, which is very professional in their field, of course. So there are more than almost 20 keynote speaker, which sometimes like you cannot find in any international conference. It's like there are a lot of keynote speaker which would like to share the field of knowledge to all of you. And the I-RESEAT 2021 is being organized in collaborate with organizing institutions from around the world. And we would like to aim to create a platform or and opportunities for academic, scientists, researchers, research scholars, practitioners worldwide to exchange and share their experiences, ideas, knowledge, and research finding in the field of smart agriculture, science, and environmental technology. Of course, all of this field, if you are looking for a university, I would like to recommend Maejo University, which is what can be one of your choice if you would like to further your education, of course. And today, before we're gonna start, that one is the video that you learned about our university. Actually, when the people talk about Maejo University, you may think about the agriculture, but we have more than 10 faculties for you to choose to learn, and you can explore more through our website, of course. Before we're going to start today, may I invite Assistant Professor Dr. Nattawut Dusadi, the Vice President of Maejo University, to address a welcome speech, please.
President of Maejo University, keynote speaker, participant, and all distinguished guests. I would like to welcome everybody to the third International Conference on Renewable Energy, Sustainable Environmental and Agricultural Technology, organized by Maejo University and supporting partner universities from various countries. The themes of this conference is Go Green, Go Eco, and Go Smart. I-RESEAT 2021 will bring you to new innovation and challenges in renewable energy, sustainable environmental, and agricultural technology. This will be district keynote speaker, plenary speaker, with more than 102,000 representation from 28 countries, including e-poster session. This conference is continuity of successful, the first and the second major international conference on renewable energy. Moreover, the conference in the past of Gazette Fair at 2021, which will be hosted online due to COVID-19 situation right now. Maejo University is more than pleased to be the host of I-RESEAT 2021. So again, welcome everybody, and I hope you again new knowledge that can be adapted in your career path. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you very much. That one is a welcome address from our Assistant Professor Dr. Nattawut Dusade, the Vice President of Maejo University. And also we have the co-host here, and may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar from Kuching Medical University in Taiwan to address a welcome speech. This one can come online, please.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, good morning to everyone. And myself, Professor Vinod Kumar from Kaohsiung Medical University, Taiwan. And I'm really happy to be one of the partner of this wonderful conference. And particularly, I thank the organizer, Professor Ramesh Kumar, and as well as the Vice President, Professor Natawat. So as we know that this conference, the main theme of this conference is like focusing on three different major important fields of the current crisis. So hope this 2 days conference is going to be wonderful with a lot of great keynote speakers and plenary speakers, as well as other oral presenters. So hope you guys going to enjoy the next 2 days with the eminent speakers. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And this one is Associate Professor Dr. Vinod Kumar from Kuching Medical University in Taiwan. And next also come online. May I invite Associate Professor Dr. Gopalakrishnan Kumar from University of Stavanger, Norway.
Yeah, good morning. It's quite early morning from Norway. I'm just saying very early morning to everybody. And I would like to thank Professor Ramesh and also the co-host Vinod for inviting us to be the part of this. And the University of Stavanger is one of the European University of Consortium universities, which focuses mainly on the lot of innovation things. And I see the major university is also focusing on the same thing. So this would be a very good opportunity for us to collaborate and proceed further. And I think, as Professor Vinod has mentioned, it's already going to be a great platform for all of the researchers to talk a lot about these sustainable technologies and everything. So, and I wish everybody that enjoy a lot with our plenary speakers and others. And I would take this opportunity to invite Professor Ashok Pandey, the honorary chair of this event, to provide the welcome speech. Professor Pandey, please.
Okay. So before we go to Professor Ramey, may I invite Professor Ashok Bande once again? Yes, Professor Dr. Ashok Bande, Honorary Chair of CSIR from India, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to always participate in such important events. And the theme of conference indeed is of great relevance. We all understand that today energy and environmental sustainability have acquired key position when we talk of human race survival on this planet. And indeed, the associated element is the agriculture. So it's very nice to see that the theme of conference centers around these three aspects, that is renewable energy, which is being persuaded for research as well as application very hotly all over the world, be it solar energy, be it tidal energy, wind energy, and so on, and also bioenergy. And if we take into account the commitments, what we have been hearing in Convention of Parties and the agreement signed by the countries around the world, more than 200, there is a clear emergence and consensus on thought process that we need to reduce emission of greenhouse gases into environment. Looking at the increasing concentrations of carbon dioxide in particular, we all know that the impact is very negative. There is a rising level of temperature, and what has been confirmed is more than 1.3 degrees Celsius. We know that we need to contain it below 1.5 degree in next 80 years or something like that, for which the forecasts have been made or estimates have been made. Because if we do not, if you are not able to contain it, there are very serious consequences. We all are witnessing extreme climates. There are very severe droughts in some parts of the world. There are very severe rains. The regions in the world which hardly received any rain for years together, for example, Middle East has been witnessing very severe rains. We must not forget the very heavy snow blizzards which the North American regions have been witnessing last 2-3 years, and so is the heavy floods what we are seeing in the Western Europe. Then there are extreme climates which is very clear, extreme temperatures in terms of hot weather, extreme cold in terms of winter, extreme snow, and at the same time we all know that there is very serious another impact, that is melting of glaciers, which is a point of great concern. And we all know that glaciers are reserves of fresh water and so on. So these are the issues we need to definitely address. So a lot research has been done, a lot research is being done, but still a lot more has to be done. So this kind of events become very important. Not that from every such event we will be able to contribute something very visibly, or something very clear output, but then they all add up, discussing science together, taking a holistic view in a network mode, in a collaborative mode, and that is how the science progresses. And when the science progresses, then only the output and outcome, we can see. So I'm sure that this event would discuss these issues, including the very relevant issues of agriculture. Today, we know that increasing productivity to feed the increasing population of the world, the hungry population of the world, is one of the big challenges. And this is more so in the countries which are not so developed, rather the countries in the southern part of the world. So increasing crop productivity, increasing the food processing, and also related aspects are very pertinent. We all know that the soil health is of great concern in many countries in the world, and we need to improve the soil health. And a very fast emerging, one of the important product we know today, like biochar. Biochar is being seen as one of the wonderful product for environmental applications and for agriculture applications. And I'm sure many people would be talking about that. We have been talking about algal culture, for example, algal biofuel, etc. While do not appear very promising, but today there is a huge emergence of algal culture alone or algal culture in association with bacterial to make a consortium for wastewater treatment and resource recovery. So these are very important aspects which together address the issues of energy, the issues of environment, and then bring the element of sustainability. So I'm very happy that such a thought has been gone to the organizers, and this team has come here, in which many people would be talking about their research results and also discuss other issues which may be of great value and great relevance. So I would like to compliment the organizers, in particular Ramesh, Vinod, and Gopal Krishnan for discussing and bringing out a large number of global peers, and then many researchers to talk about and share their research and thought process in this conference. I hope that today and tomorrow a lot will be discussed and fruitful findings will be there for every participant, every delegate who would be attending this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Mr. Professor Dr. Asok Bante, and also he will be our plenary speaker, and he will talk about the emerging applications of biochar for agricultural and environmental sustainability after the opening ceremony. And we're about to start our opening ceremony. So may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma, the President of Maejo University, to proceed to the stage. And also may I invite Dr. Ramed Babu Ramaraj, Assistant Dean of School of Renewable Energy of Maejo University, to address an opening report.
Good morning, everyone. Dear President, distinguished chief guest, speakers, colleagues, and participants. Myself, I'm Dr. Ramesh Prabhu Ramaraj. I'm the organizing secretary of I-RESEAT. It is my great pleasure and honor to report about the third International Conference on Renewable Energy, Sustainable Environmental and Agri-Technological Innovation. Abbreviation I-RESEAT 2021. This conference is going to be held in a hybrid mode, both in real time and virtual online mode from Maejo University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. This conference is trilaterally organized by Maejo University, Thailand, Kaohsiung Medical University, Taiwan, and University of Stavanger, Norway, and other supporting institutions around the world. In this conference, we will have 2 plenary speakers, 28 keynote and invited speakers. Additionally, we got 209 abstract submissions from 28 nations in the world. Thus, our I-RESEAT 2021 conference, the theme is Go Green, Go Eco, and Go Smart. I am delighted to announce that our conference will be supported by over 10 quality journals. I believe that our conference is Thailand's biggest international conference with a high impact factor journals. And I sincerely thank the co-organizing university for their valuable contribution and support to make this conference success. Thanks, President.
Thank you, Dr. Lamet. The chairperson, the coordinator, the keynote speaker, honorary guests, ladies and gentlemen, especially for our participants who come to join with our conference for today. Normally, Maejo, we stand for agriculture, and we are the eldest agricultural university or institute in Thailand. This year is 88 years of our universities. So it means that Maejo, we located in the north of Thailand, and also we offer and support for our people, not just only the farmer, but the people in Thailand and in the world. For today, we start for our agricultural fair, like we call Gaset. Gaset, it means agriculture. Fair at MJU, it means Maejo University, 2021. So we have the key point of our conference. Firstly, we talk about innovation. The second one, we talk about smart and agriculture and forward for sustainability. This is the key point that Maejo try to do, and we would like to thank our participant, and Dr. Lamed already report 48 keynote speakers and more than 200 papers that join with us. And concern to our area like agriculture, agroecology, agroforestry, organic farming, fiscal, agricultural, and so on and so forth. This is one of our issue right now that we should concern. Like MAEJO, we stand for mindfulness for M. A is mean aspiration, E excellence, J is mean justice, and with O origin. The origin is come from our heart because we should stay with our people, I mean the farmer or agriculture forever. I mean forever, not just only today, but we will try to help each other in the world for agriculture, because the important during COVID-19 pandemic come, maybe 3 years already, but we don't know in the future when we will come back for the own situation, because we think that we have the new or the next normal. Right now, we also have online because of next normal or new normal, like that. So agriculture is very important. Agriculture is very strong and stronger because we consume for every day. We consume agricultural product. But Maejo, almost 100 years, I mean 88 years for this year, we try to add some of innovation. Right now, our university become the group, because in Thailand we separate the group of cluster of our university, 4 or 5 group of 5 cluster. Maejo, we already become technology development and innovation universities. So it means that we concern to our people for, we call like a wisdom. We still keep wisdom of agriculture in Thailand. We still keep going on wisdom of our, in the north we call Lana wisdom. But we put some of innovation together, because wisdom is inside out, but technology or innovation is outside in. But how we merge it together. And today we have network. We start for our conference, but we don't have the end of our network. We should come to talk. We should come to share our experience, our knowledge. And after that, we can continue for our working together. We will success in our life. We will success together because we can share our skill, our experience together. So I mean, I already mentioned WIN is mean network. And for the last but not least, we will put S, and S. Serving society, service society. This is very important that we are in academic area. Like we have Professor Ito here. Thank you very much, sir. He came from Japan and he worked with us in Thailand. Dr. Lamed also, he came from India, but now become mixed already. Thai and India, Thai and Japan, like that. Many people that when they come to Thailand, they happy and they enjoy here for their daily life. This is our Siam, because Siam is Thailand. We welcome all of you if you have time to join with us. Right now you stay online, and we would like to thank you, our partner. You can see in our partner here, many of organizers that join together for our conference. So this is the third international conference on renewable energy, sustainable environmental and agricultural technology. This we call the third I-RESEAT 2021. And we hope that you will enjoy, we will gain fruitful for your knowledge. You will have some of the experience that you can share with each other. And I hope that you will happy in your life and enjoy with your keynote speaker. And I hope that after a pandemic of COVID-19, we would like you invite all of you to come to Maejo University, the University of Life. Right now we have the project, the big project we call cannabis. We have the cannabis, the biggest cannabis in Asia. It's been more than 50,000 in one crop. 50,000 cannabis in one crop. So it means that 1 year we have 3 crops. So you can count, welcome to our university, and we try to do for organic agriculture, because we don't know, we consume every day what is we consume. So our people should stay for healthy. So we think agriculture, food and healthy for our life is very important. And I believe again, with our today's conference, you can see a lot of interesting with our keynote speaker, with our reporter or participant that you will join together. And this is the time that I would like to open for our third international conference on renewable energy, sustainable environmental and agricultural technology. Thank you very much.
Okay. Before we can do the opening ceremony, may I invite the president of Maejo University to stay on the stage, please? And of course, for the grand opening ceremony, may I invite the vice president of Maejo University and also the deans from several faculties. And also, Ajahn Ramit, please proceed to the stage, please. Before we're gonna set our grand opening ceremony of the I-RESEAT 2021, of course. So today it is such a great honor to welcome so many vice presidents and also the deans from several faculties to I-RESEAT. And this one is the third International Conference on Renewable Energy, Sustainable Environmental and Agri-Technological Innovation. Okay, we got a lot of people here. So it's such a great honor for our conference as well. So after this, the president gonna have a plate, and then you put it on the stand in the front, and that is a signal for our grand opening of the third of I-RESEAT 2021. So may I set a little bit? All right. Okay. So for our grand opening, the beautiful lady will give you a plate, the sign of the I-RESEAT. And then after this, I would like our president to put it on the podium in the front. Okay. So please wait for the signal, and then you can put it on.
The third International Conference on Renewable Energy, Sustainable Environmental and Agri-Technological Innovation, I-RESEAT 2021, is about to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Please give a loud applause. And this one is the third International Conference on Renewable Energy, Sustainable Environmental and Agri-Technological Innovation, or I-RESEAT 2021, and will be held from today and tomorrow on the 22nd and the 23rd of December. And also we have the online and the on-site. So after this, may I invite all of you to take a group photo together. This one is a photo session, please. At the remit, please. Okay. This one is photo sessions. And after the photo sessions, after this, we're gonna have a little break to visit our exhibition. And also for the people who are on site, you can have a coffee break in the front. All right. Okay, can you put the thumbs up, please? Everyone on the stage, thumbs up, please. Okay, very nice. Okay, smile with your eyes, everyone. Okay, I know that. Even you smile, nobody can see that, but you can smile with your eyes. Okay, thank you very much, and could you please give them a round and big applause? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongmat, the President of Maejo University. Thank you for all the Vice President of Maejo University and also the Deans of several faculties such as Science, Liberal Arts, Renewable Energy, Fisheries, Technology and Aquatic Resources and Agricultural Production. And after this, may I invite all of you who come on site to proceed to their exhibition in the front. And right now we're gonna have a little break, a 10 minutes break before we come back here again. And we're gonna start with the plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey from India, from the institution's Center of Innovation and Translational Research. So we're going to take a break about 10 minutes and then I'll come back here again when we're going to start our plenary speaker. Thank you very much.
Maejo University is heading towards a new century according to its 100th-year master plan to develop an ecosystem of smart society for lifelong learning for all. It has 13 faculties and 3 colleges to educate 3 groups of new qualified graduates to the society as follows. The first group of the faculties educates their students to have a clear-cut, active, strong, and super smart personality and full of creative energy. The Faculty of Engineering and Agro-Industries aims to apply the bodies of knowledge in engineering with those in agriculture and industry to extend its engineering process. This links also to the after-harvest technology and agricultural transformation in food. Its ultimate goal is to raise the quality of agricultural products creatively, as well as have them have high value added. The Faculty of Agricultural Production, besides providing fundamental education on agriculture, emphasizes on the body of knowledge on smart agriculture and innovation extension to make things correspondingly with digital technology. This is to make changes to agriculturists be the persons in a new generation. The Faculty of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Resources is one of the best bodies of knowledge resources on fisheries in the country. It focuses on educating the students to be fishermen who have consciousness on the importance of the environment and a complete local food chain ecosystem wisely. The latter is a good source of protein from aquatic animals and effective to help developing highland regions successfully. The School of Renewable Energy aims at sustainable development by new alternative energy technologies to make all living things balanced. It also emphasizes changing energy to have value added along the production chains in industry, agriculture, and living in an ecosystem creatively for the future world of the digital age. The Faculty of Animal Sciences and Technology teaches you how to take good care of animals and specializes in the development of livestock production as well as learning about modern technologies. Its unique focus is on the environment that facilitates the raising of different kinds of animals. Now comes the second group of the faculties. They educate their students to be typical thinkers, analysts, and managers. The majority of students choose to study in this group and choose to be ones of such persons because they are the brain of the country. The Faculty of Business Administration educates its students to be administrators and entrepreneurs in finance, managing, marketing, and accounting. If you want to study these in a single location, it must be this faculty. Only just study here and your life can change completely. The Faculty of Economics aims to educate its students to be analysts who can change the world through integration and application of bodies of knowledge in economics, politics, finance, and society to explain the changes all around us in all dimensions. The Faculty of Sciences aims to educate its students to be scientists and experimentalists who focus on finding answers for all questions logically with scientific logics. If you want to be one of those, just simply study in this faculty. The School of Administrative Studies aims to educate its students to be social workers and politicians who concentrate on finding the meanings and standing points to develop and administer a community integrally and effectively in both government and private sectors. The International College aims at educating international students, especially the new generation in Southeast Asia. The people in this region want to have a body of knowledge from interdisciplinary fields based on organic agricultural foundations. This is a way to increase their agricultural products to international standards. Finally, here comes the third group of faculties. It is a group of artists in Generation Z. The Faculty of Architecture and Environmental Design aims to educate its students to know both science and arts based on the foundations of architecture and environmental designs, both theoretically and practically. It aims also to make them able to construct their works carefully on the principles of landscape architecture in both their functions and beauty. The School of Tourism Development is specially designed to raise the tourism profession, promote foreign language skills, educate its students to be entrepreneurs in tourism and services. It can make you be a service designer who has highly valuable tourism experience and be a tourist attraction developer to support the international tourism industry. The Faculty of Liberal Arts transfers its bodies of knowledge via culture and communication to understand the society and the values of human beings. It emphasizes also on communication with communities. The Faculty of Information and Communication educates its students to be media creators in the digital world, and also have other essential skills for this era in the areas of still picture production, animation, content creation, being a YouTuber, video editing, infographic designing, running a radio show, making a digital TV, shooting a documentary, and making a movie. The students can learn from their direct experience in both the front and behind the scenes.
All right, so I'll come back once again to the I-RESEAT 2021. And of course, right now we're going to start with our first plenary speakers. So the first one of our plenary speaker is Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey, and he's from Center for Innovation and Translational Research, CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow, and he comes for the title Emerging Applications of Biochar for Agricultural and Environmental Sustainability. May I invite Dr. Pandey? Please.
Hello, good morning.
I would like to invite Professor Pandey for our plenary session. I think this is the start of our plenary session, and I think I don't need to give a great introduction to Professor Pandey. And I think everybody knows about him, and he's one of the high-cited researcher in the world for the last 4 years in a row, and he has been managing a lot of editorial roles and others in various journals, and he's also the editor-in-chief of I-RESEAT Technology and a great supporter for many of our events. And without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Pandey to share screen and provide his very insightful plenary talk. Thank you, Professor Pandey, for accepting our invitation at such a short notice.
Thank you, Gopal. I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes,
Gopal?
sir. Please, yes, sir. Please go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome again in this important international event being organized by Maejo University in Thailand. And as I mentioned, that there are a lot of emerging, aspects in order to address the energy and environmental sustainability, together with new practices and new tools to improve the agriculture production. And in this regard, the topic what I have chosen to talk this morning is directly of great relevance. Those of you who work in the area of energy and environment very well would understand the great relevance today and perspective today we have, funding for biochar. So title of my lecture is Emerging Applications of Biochar for Agriculture and Environmental Sustainability. And in this lecture, I will briefly cover about giving an introduction to my institutes, and thereafter a general scenario on biochar, potential and perspective, and specific application of biochar for environmental remediation focused on treatment of dyes effluent. And then in the last part, I will give a few information about our work. One of the works which deals with use of biochar for dye remediation, specifically that malachite green dye. And then finally, summary and highlights of the lecture. So I come from a CSIR Institute, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, which is the prime research and industrial research organization in India. So this is the CSIR map of India. As you can see, there are 38 laboratories spread in different parts of the country. I have been working for long years in CSIR, National Institute for Integrated Science and Technology, which is on the southwest coast of India. The city is called Thiruvananthapuram. Several of you have visited this institute and have seen the research activities and facilities, etc. At this place, we have established Center for Biofuel, the first such center with pilot plant facility in India under public sector. The Center for Biofuel is one of the very important, facility, as it has a pilot plant to work with any kind of agro-industrial feedstock, bio-waste, etc., on a biorefinery principle. Since 4 years, I'm working in another CSI institute. The city is called Lucknow in the northern part of the country, Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, where I'm essentially mentoring a center for innovation and translational research, which is mandated to do not the laboratory research, but the prototype development or any kind of activity in partnership with industry. So there are different kind of modules to work with industry, and depending upon the requirement, we adopt it. Now I'll move to the my today's lecture's main topic, that emergence of biochar for environmental application and agri applications. In fact, biochar is not something very new. That in the subsequent slide you'll see that it is known since centuries, but then there is a huge resurgence, or you can say again it has emerged in a very major way, but of course in modified form. So as you can see that any kind of bio waste, whether it is wood or animal manure or biomass deposited in lake sediments or invasive weeds, forest residues, forest waste, agriculture residue, everything can be utilized to develop some kind of biochar. And the process is usually that either in low oxygen supply, depends upon what kind of pyrolytic process we are adopting. Where presently much more focus and much more success is there with slow pyrolysis at lower temperature, 400 to 500 degree or something like that. In absence of nitrogen or in presence of other kind of controlled gaseous environment, it could be nitrogen, it could be carbon dioxide or whatever. Different kind of aspects are there, and depends upon that what is ultimate aim of application of the biochar, what is being developed. And currently we know that biochar could be utilized for a large number of energy, environment, and agri applications. Some of them are mentioned here, that in removal of pollutants, particularly persistent organic chemicals, etc. So I had mentioned that it is not something very new, that the word biochar is a late 20th century English neologism derived from the Greek word that is bios, that is life, and charcoal produced from carbonization of biomass. So charcoal or the carbonization of biomass is quite well known, and in fact it has been used for centuries by the mankind in different forms and for different kind of domestic applications in particular. So historically, this is one of the oldest recorded history in Amazonia, a great agricultural civilization fertilized poor forest soil with terra preta. The first biochar, in fact, what we know today, to tens of thousands of people, and this is recorded, more than 2,000 years ago. So today, what we are talking about biochar is discovering the value of biochar as we face several kind of problem, in particular for energy and environmental sustainability. So we can get this biochar, as I had mentioned in the first slide, from different sources, from algae and plant biomass, forest biomass or forest waste, and domestic residues, animal waste, manure. And much more important, again, where there is a huge focus today is from sewage sludge, because most part of the world, we do not know how to properly utilize or dispose sewage sludge. So a great deal of research is being done on use of sewage sludge for converting to biochar with a different kind of properties. Some methods are mentioned here, that how biochar can be synthesized. So as you can see, these are some representative literature I have chosen, which have generally acquired very great significance. So as you can see that we have slow pyrolysis, we have fixed bed pyrolysis, we have also fast pyrolysis and gasification. And one important emerging aspect in this regard is hydrothermal carbonization. And what you see here is residence time and the yield. So as you can see that generally slow pyrolysis has been adopted much more for different kind of biomass, where the temperature could be anything between 300 to 600 degrees Celsius. It could be even lower or it could be slightly higher, depends upon how do we intend to proceed. And accordingly, the residence time would be fixed. And as mentioned, that hydrothermal carbonization is showing a great promise, in particular for the biomass which have huge water content. An example is water hyacinth. So there are several other kind of water weed which we do not know how to utilize, and we know that they can be utilized well for production of different kind of chemicals and fuels. But then the first element or the first stage of work is to remove the water, which is as high as 90% or 92%. So that is quite expensive process. It requires
high temperature in each year. And this table show about Makiang yield in Maejo University Prague campus. We can see that in 2019, Makiang product has decreased a lot before 2018, because in this year we have the problem in dry season, no water, and
Yes,
also high
hello?
in
Is someone from the oral session joined here?
maximum
Or
temperature. And this
Ramesh?
table is show about, we also collect the data in leaf bud and flower emerging growth of Makiang after pruning through treatment. Because we have 4 treatment for study, and we will see that
So
in
just
the
give me a minute.
mean number. We can see that the number of flower per bunch will be in 14.7. That is the mean of number flower per bunch. But we can see that treatment 4 and treatment 2, the number of flower in each bunch also higher. And the table second is show about the quantitative and qualitative characteristics.
Hello, sir. I think now it's been stopped. Please proceed.
Okay.
I think there was a mix of the parallel oral session with this. Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Sorry for the disturbance.
Okay, no problem. So we go to the next slide. That is normally how this is how we calculate the yield of biochar from lignocellulosic biomass or algal biomass or forest residues, etc. This is a general formula, but then there could be some variation which is important to adopt or modify in this formula. And looking at average yield that from agri crops in particular, lignocellulosic biomass, that typical yields are approximately 60% biol, approximately 20% biochar, and 20% syngas. But then we know that slow pyrolysis, and by modulating the condition of pyrolysis, usually 35% yield is well achievable, which is considered quite reasonable and quite good when you look at the overall economics of the process. But then, as you have seen that in case of hydrothermal carbonization, this could be as high as 60% on the carbon conversion basis. So increasing the overall productivity and yield are very important aspect, and this is where the huge emphasis is going on in order to make the process more economically sustainable. So biochar research and application, the two most important aspects where the application and the beneficial use of biochar is well established is agriculture application and environmental applications. Although more and more we study and then we learn that new and new application. Now, for example, we know that biochar could be well utilized for different energy processes, in particularly on bioenergy, and then several other elements are being worked, including directly relevant to human health. So this slide, what it shows is about emerging trend in research and development on biochar production and application. So on the left slide, what you see is Scopus data, last 10-year publication. So as you can, there is a huge increase on year-to-year basis in last 10 years. And this one, the red one, also shows about the agrochemicals removal by utilization of this biochar from the soil. And then on the right side, as you see that which is an environmental application publication increasing exponentially each year. And then this data are till the May 2021. And if you take into account the current situation, it has already crossed more than 20,000 publications in SCI journal. And same is the situation with the patents files globally. And the main focus has been, the largest focus has been on removal of dye, industrial effluent. So coupled with wastewater treatment and resource recovery, they have become the focus today in order to have sustainability in a better way, attained. And also such processes offer better, economic sustainability, not only environmental sustainability, but economic sustainability as well. So this simply shows that there is a huge interest globally on production and application of biochar for different kind of applications. So in terms of agriculture application, several benefits are very well known, and these are mentioned here, that we know that by application of simple biochar or even by modifying the biochar for a specific kind of soil and for a specific application, we are able to achieve better crop yield and grain yields or fruit yields, because the soil becomes healthier, which is due to increased porosity by application of soil, and also because it has the soil has gains the capacity or increased capacity to retain moisture, because this is the benefit of supplementing biochar into soil. And then several other benefits are mentioned here, and more and more, as I mentioned, that we understand that how we can modulate the properties of such biochar for soil application. One of the most emerging and very fast getting popularized aspect is loading the biochar with the fertilizers and develop a slow nitrogen and slow phosphorus release, slow release of fertilizers. So this is of course of great relevance, because we all know that in order to keep the plant health increasingly constant, it is very pertinent that there is a minimum quantity of nitrogen and phosphorus always available in the soil, and that is how this can be well controlled and modulated by application of slow fertilizer release, from the biochar. This is a mechanism that what takes place in soil by supplementation of biochar. We all know that there are a large number of microorganisms which play a great role in the health of soil and also in turn in the health of plants. And these microorganisms are responsible for release of a large number of enzymes. And then there is a direct relationship between this microbial population and the metabolite or product which they release into soil, and in turn the health of soil. So I will not go into detail about this aspect, otherwise it will be quite long. And so another important aspect, that it is not only that there is a benefit, that several risks are also today known to us, that by application of biochar into soil, that sometimes crop yield may decline due to absorption of water and nutrient by the biochar, because biochar has great capacity of absorption. And so what is important, that sorption and desorption both should be well known, and that is how the properties should be modified if required before the application. Another point is that reduce efficacy of pesticide due to sorption biochar, because biochar which is there in the soil, it may also take away the pesticides, and that may increase the risk of pest attacking the plants. And then another risk is there. Some biochar is source of contaminants like heavy metals. So if you remember, I talked to you about increasing attention on conversion of sewage sludge for preparing biochar. But if this sewage sludge is contaminated with heavy metals like lead, mercury, or cadmium, etc., they will be retained in biochar. And once, if it is so, once we supply this biochar into soil, there is a risk that they may be released into soil and then will be uptaken by the plants, and then we can find them in the grains or crops or the fruits, etc. So that's very serious risk. So it is important that we very carefully monitor the risk involved and minimize them or completely remove them. So now the second aspect, that what are the environmental applications, that the one which is very well established is about the wastewater treatment, removal of heavy metals, removal of dye, etc. And then very importantly and fast growing aspect is degradation of organic pollutants, in particular the persistent organic pollutants. Then the role of biochar is well established today and is being utilized for anaerobic digestion in order to increase not only the production of biogas, but also to increase the methane content into biogas. One aspect which is very clearly established, that if we supply biochar having uploaded with iron 3, that it helps the faster rate of gas production. So certain aspects are well proven and lot being done, and this is where the research and its application is fast emerging for biochar for environmental applications. So as I mentioned, that one of the important aspects is biochar application, which is well established for the treatment of industrial dyes effluent, and several dyes which have been removed are mentioned here. These are again some of the representative literature I have taken from the recent publications. So as you can see that the biomass which has been utilized for producing this biochar are listed here. So several rice husk or sewage sludge or cow dung or coconut shell, etc. Wood chip, any kind of biomass, as I mentioned earlier, could be utilized. And specific cases, methylene blue is of course one dye which is usually studied by all the researchers when they start looking at the removal of a dye from the aqueous solution. And then the basic mechanism is of course adsorption or dye removal. But in this case, as you see, the authors have studied about the biodegradation, and removal efficiencies are shown here in terms of either milligram per gram of biomass or in terms of efficiency. So depending upon the conditions and depending upon the dose of biochar, removal efficiencies could be as high as 99 or 98%. So this is something very significant and very important, and that is where the success, what is guaranteed that the success will be there in removing the dyes. The big question remains, of course, is that what we do next after having removed the dyes from the effluent, because the biochar, which is rich in this dyes, what should be done with this one? So this is another question. Of course, we know that if nothing happens, we can simply incinerate it. It could still be used as source of energy. So some examples are shown here about biochar's application for pesticide removal, and because that also is one of the very important aspects. So, but major focus has been on wastewater treatment, removal of heavy metals, and the removal of dyes. And in this regard, that few information I'll share you with dyes. So, in dye industry, the major market, more than 99.8% of synthetic dyes, and among the synthetic dyes, the azo dyes are the one which are controlling the market majorly. But then we know that azo dyes are very harmful, and many of them are carcinogenic in nature. So it is important that we control them, their release into environment, but that cannot be avoided. Hence, it is important that we understand how to treat the wastewater containing those dyes and remove them before we release that industrial wastewater into environment, in a water body, or to irrigate the field, or whatever it could be. So a summary slide on what are the different kind of pre-treatments or treatment system for remediation of dyes effluent. So there are several physico-chemical and biological systems are there. So physico-chemical system are quite effective, but then they are at times hazardous in nature, and then for sure they are far more expensive. And then this is a major bottleneck in their adaptation at large scale. So biological processes which are there currently in use by most of the dye industries across the world are efficient, but then they are slow. And then a single step treatment is not efficient. Invariably, we have to go at least primary treatment and secondary treatment, and at times, depending upon the final disposal, aim, we may require tertiary treatment. So, from this all point of view, the biochar, which comes under physico-chemical processing, has acquired very attractive position. So now I will spend some time in talking to you about our specific work on that one of the specific work, an environmental application of biochar, in which we utilized that Chinese fan palm seed biochar, and for the removal of malachite green dye, and adopting a single or hybrid approach for their treatment. So this is what is shown, that the overall lay, that how. So we had the biochar. It was washed, and dried biochar was paralyzed in a nitrogen atmosphere at 500 degrees Celsius, and then this biochar was used. Whatever yield we received was used for removal in batch studies in a flask, and thereafter in the columns. And then we received bio-oil. That bio-oil we evaluated, because bio-oil could be of great relevance, not only for its conversion into syngas or other kind of energy source. It can also be used as an antibacterial, agent. So we evaluated gram-positive and gram-negative microorganisms for for testing its efficacy. So what was very important, that as you can see, that about 1 gram of biochar, dry biochar, was able to absorb 21.4 milligram malachite green. So this was very important, and then this showed that it is a very important or very potent candidate for dyes removal, malachite dye removal. So some results are shown here specifically. So from 1.346 kilogram of fresh paralyzed biochar, we achieved 0.487 kilogram of biochar and 0.803 liters of bio-oil, which accounted as 36.2% biochar yield and 59.7% bio-oil yield. And then together they accounted for 96% of carbon utilization. So this was very important, and then quite encouraging. Thereafter we did some basic studies on what you see is percent removal of dye, and using different doses from 50 to 250. So as you can see that up to 150 ppm, practically the removal was 100%. And in case of looking at effect of biochar on residual optical density of and then percent absorb are shown here. So here also, as you can see, that quite good removal was achieved depending upon irrespective of concentration of biochar, from 1 milligram up to 10 milligram, 10 gram per liter, the removal efficiency was almost identical. So this shows that it is not necessary to use higher concentration, but 1% to 1 gram would be quite enough. So in this slide was to see that is the number of cycles, what for how long this biochar could be utilized. So as you can see, we utilize up to 6 cycle. So Desorption efficiency was very good in all the cycles. So, but then removal efficiency after first cycle declined, and but then after second to sixth cycle, it was something like 45 or 43% in all these cycles. But this showed that it is possible to use it for multiple cycles, and then in order to remove this sorption capacity, some surface modification might be necessary. Some more basic results about as academic activity about this what kind of isotherm model, etc. It follows during the removal process, and then some comparative results about literature reports on different kind of biochar adopted from sweet sorghum or cassava or algal bloom, etc., rice, etc., compared with our biochar. So as you can see that the absorption capacity was not very high compared to this one, but then even then the removal efficiencies was very high of dye, and then it was considered as a good candidate because for preparing biochar, because Chinese farm fruit biochar, they do not find any that fruit do not find any application. So in terms of antibacterial activity, all the four cultures evaluated, Escherichia coli, Serratia species, Bacillus species, Pseudomonas, they all were inhibited, although the zone of inhibition varied in different cases. So this one shows about the concentration of dye and then growth of those four cultures. So as you can see that the inhibition was dependent on the concentration of dye. So now the last slide, I'll show that where the research directions is moving about the perspective of biochar utilization. So this one shows that modified biochar for catalytic degradation of pollutant, it is a very fast emerging area, and then modified biochar catalyst for syngas production and tar removal, because those of you who work in this area must be knowing that tar is one of the biggest nuisance, and its removal is a greatest challenge in last more than 200 of research what we know about the chemical processing and of other kind of fossil based fuel or any kind of paralytic process. And again, as I mentioned, that biofuel and bioproduct production using modified biochar as catalyst is a very important and upcoming area. So what we know is that biochar, its properties can be well modulated and could be well modified by changing the catalyst used, and also its surface properties can be well controlled by use of different kind of catalyst and gaseous environment. So another important perspective in terms of application of functionalized biochar as plant growth enhancer and for soil application in agri area, a lot prospect today we have that modification could be done by acid modification, alkali modification, oxidation, and then metal oxides, etc. In fact, metal oxides appear to be much more promising than all other aspects. And then its application advantage, etc., is for nutrient retention, nitrogen drift, carbon drift, and many other things, particularly to enhance gas and water flow in the soil. And then in improvement in soil properties after application of biochar composite that are also shown here. So what is very well proven that we have many benefits in, from all kind of applications. And then what remains is challenging and very interesting is that how do we modify this biochar for different specific application. And when I say specific application, for example, when it is a soil application, we must know that for which kind of soil we are going to, whether it is loamy soil, it is a sandy soil, it is acidic soil, or what is the alkaline soil, black soil or soil rich in iron. All those parameters must be taken into account before we develop a specific kind of biochar composite for application for agriculture area. So summary and highlights, we all understand that biochar can be produced from different kind of feedstock, agriculture feedstock, forest feedstock, bio-waste, etc. And then today, the focus also has gone together with the nanotechnology to develop nano-sized particle biochar. But then it also brings the risk that, because we know that nanomaterial have inbuilt toxicity. So if we intend to use nano-sized biochar, it would be very important and pertinent that we study the toxicity impact of also those biochar for either environmental application or soil application. And then we also understand that this preparation, characterization, and modulation of this properties of the biochar can be developed depending upon specific application. And then accordingly, the process can be, fixed, including temperature, method employed, and the gaseous environment for surface modification. However, to attain environment-friendly and economically implementation of modified biochar, in situ synthetic strategies, activation, and removal should be synergistically optimized. So with this, I conclude my presentation with a word of caution, in particular when we intend to develop biochar for environmental application, in particular for biofuel or climatic application. We need to consider our biochar making system truly capable of sequestering more carbon than the carbon they release into atmosphere. So that's the last slide of my presentation. But before I say thank you to you, I'd like to share one more slide about the International Bioprocessing Association, which is an international body involving biotechnology, life sciences, chemical and biological engineer, agriculture engineer, food technology engineering, and energy and environment as its member. We have currently members from 35 countries, and including several from Thailand, and would be very happy to welcome the participants of this important event. If you have an interest, please visit www.ifybuyof.org to know more about our organization. And then if you find it interesting, you are most welcome to join. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Asok Pandey from Institute Center for Innovation and Translational Research. Yes, and after this, may I invite the next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Nobutaka Ito from Maejo University, and he will come under the title Thinking About a Decarbonized Society, please. Yes? Professor Dr. Nobutaka Ito, please.
First one, please. Okay. Thank you very much, Arya, for inviting me to join this kind of very valuable and also the good opportunity for me to talk about the one topics. Today's topic is thinking about building decarbonized society. This is one of the topical keywords and also some agenda to discuss all over the world. Okay, anyway, before I just go too deeply, I just want to explain about some kind of the preliminary knowledge. So anyway, why we have to discuss about decarbonized society? Of course, now global warming is close up. And also, what is the main cause of the issue that the CO2 emission is getting more? And what kind of energy must be more hopeful maybe renewable energy. But especially, I think the Ukraine is one of them, most important, most hopeful one. And also, nowadays, everybody is looking for some possibility, and also everybody thinks that the EV is getting more popular. So we have to change the energy resources from the biomass to electricity. But anyway, remember that how we can generate electricity, we need more biomass or some other energy resources. This is the point. And how we can solve the problem. Anyway, Ukraine has a key. Anyway, this is already commercialized the project, and also there's some industry, they are going to promote this kind of area business already. So anyway, let me introduce something about, this is not my job, but anyway, it's very much one of the good example to teach you. Okay, as you can see, this is the evidence, and also the south hemisphere and the north hemisphere, and this is the equator. So anyway, the north hemisphere getting very hot because the developed countries we have so many. They are already industrialized and they produce more industrial products. So anyway, they need more energy. If they just use more energy, we have produced more CO2. Okay, this is just the greenhouse gas. What kind of the components? The majority is CO2. That's what everybody is thinking about, how we can reduce CO2. This is also one of the topics to discuss how we can do it, right? And also, most of them, 65, is coming from energy combustion. So anyway, the others are very much small amount. But anyway, we have to consider about how we can select the energy resources. That kind of the energy shift must be considered. And this is the component of the greenhouse gas. And also you can just look backwards. Energy crisis we encountered twice, 1970, 1980, something like this, right? And also what happened, however, 20 years later, COP3, we got together in Kyoto, and also COP3, we agreed to reduce CO2 6%. Japan already achieved. But at that time, we have some problem between developing countries and the developed countries, right? So anyway, we have to discuss more. Some of the countries, they just escaped, no more, right? So anyway, even now, 40 years later, COP26 this year, they got together and also they had their discussion in Glasgow, in England. Maybe you know that. And also COP, that means the conference of parties, right? So anyway, 6% we already achieved in Japan, and also the total future is 1.5 degree in centigrade. A temperature has to be controlled below that one. And the methane, right? They must be less than 30% by 2030. Okay. This is about CO2 emission, right? So anyway, this is the figures you can see, not necessary to explain. But anyway, the number one is China, US, and also India, Japan, Russia. This is the order, right? How much they produce CO2. And also this is especially for the Japan's case, right? So anyway, Japan is number 4 ranking. But anyway, total amount of CO2 is over here. 11.4, 100 million tons. Okay, and also, this is one of the, I just proposed global tetralemma, right? Everything comes from the population increase, human activity, mainly focusing on the economic activity, right? To get more money. This is the very important, the selfish way of thinking. They don't care about the environment. That's why they just develop destroyed environment. This is the main cause of the problem. But anyway, we can just find out some solution, how we can do it. Population increasing, and also we need more food. To produce more food, we need energy. If we consume more energy, of course, environment will jeopardize. This is the ecology, right? But anyway, between one, how can I say, process, you can just have some cause and result. So anyway, you have to think about how it can be connected, related, and also how it can be achieved, completely to solve the total problems, right? So anyway, global issue 4, tetra means 4. So anyway, we have to solve those 4 issues simultaneously, not one by one. But anyway, it's quite difficult. At this moment, it's not found yet. Everybody is working, but anyway, we have to find out. And also, optimal solution must be found. Sustainability means continuous circular connected condition, not cut. Right? It must be connected. It must be circular. It must be continuous. And also to promote economy without jeopardizing environment. So anyway, development is okay, but anyway, not to jeopardize. This is a very important point. That's why you have to consider about this balance, right? And also stability, something like this. Environment, economy. If you just put more money on economy, of course, environment must be jeopardized. So anyway, we have to think about balance, how we can make it, right? And also, decarbonized society building, of course. At this moment, everybody says no more carbon, right? Carbon-free society, this is one of the targets. But anyway, it's quite difficult. So anyway, the other way, energy shift, right? Not so much the carbon dioxide production. But anyway, so many kinds of the energy can be found. But anyway, what is more hopeful for us, right? So anyway, it is very much important to know. But anyway, we can just use CO2. More actively, we can use CO2. Then we can just make something. And also, it must be energy resources. CO2 must be used for growing one of the algae, right? And also, we can produce more new products. Even for the biofuels, jet fuels, those kind of the new products must be used more usefully, right? This is one of the very good ideas, I think. One of the alumni of Tokyo University, he just started one of the company and also already commercialized. And also, in considering these kind of things, CCS, carbon capture and storage, and also CCU, CO2 capture and utilization. Those two things very important. Ukraine has this kind of the characteristic features. So anyway, we can just use this kind of things. That's why we can culture the Ukraine, and also after harvesting, we can use Ukraine for producing new products. So many things can be produced. This is the idea, right? He just proposed, and also biomass. Okay, in this case, Ukraine is one of the hopeful one, and also various products from biomass. Of course, final form of the energy must be maybe electricity. Of course, the gas or liquid, sorry, everything. But anyway, I think I want to emphasize electricity cannot, right, used for flying jet, right? And also it's quite difficult to transport. We can send, but in very little amount of the energy, electric energy. So anyway, these kind of things must be the demerit, right, of using electricity. But anyway, even if in case of the renewable energy or maybe the other things, of course, electricity is the final one, but we have to generate. This is a very important point. Biomass can be used for that one. But not only to generate electricity, but also we can just use that one for many other purposes. Okay, this is one. Right? So anyway, this is very important. So the active use of CO2 and also produce new products, right? And also use. This is a very important point. But that's right. Does the plane fly with electricity? No. At this moment, no. But biomass fuels, biofuels, it makes successful, right? And also the price and the cost is getting more cheaper. 1 liter, just only 50 yen, something like the less than something baht, right? So anyway, very cheap. And also in the future already, all right, 50 yen per liter. But anyway, it equal to the $80 per barrel, right? And also the other healthcare, beauty care, biofuel, these kind of things, new products must be made or produced from Ugulena, right? And also the caloric value, right? This is the lower down the gasoline normally, but anyway, Ugulena, the case a little bit different. We can use the Ugulena for flying jet as the biofuels. Okay. Another one, okay, this is also, I just emphasize that one, and also the no sulfur oxide, no SOx, right? And also to the future, 2050, almost 1 million, right? The Ukraine can be produced. They have a very big plant and also still. So, and also absorption of the CO2 compared with the other wood, right? Cedar, cypress, Ukraine is 330 times more than the others. This is also very much important, the amazing and also the characteristic point. So anyway, electricity, that's one. Of course, once if we have a Ukraine, not necessary to generate, right, electricity, we can use this one directly. But after that, if you want to do use electricity, of course you can use. So anyway, if we can add some more process, we have a loss, right? We need more cost. This kind of things is a very important point to think about energy production. And this is also one of the ideas, Ukraine and also the carbon neutral cycle, and also already they are testing by use of the issue bus, right? And also the biofuel also are continuously produced now. And this is also one of the commercial based business. So anyway, EPCOM is the electric power companies and also CO2. This CO2 must be used for growing Ukraine, and also it must be used for many other purposes. The animal food and also the food for us. And also jet fuels, right? It can be used for that. They already have a test and successfully. Honda Jet, you know that? They have some contract and also they have a test. And this is the one, okay? And calorific value is very high. So it can be used directly as a jet fuels. And also this is the tables, right? Calorific value for various fuels. But anyway, something like this. But anyway, Ukraine is different. We can use that one directly. Oh, okay. Now they are building this kind of pools. They just put the water and also they grow, right? Ukraine and also they just have some experiment. And also Honda Jet already tested and also issued, right? For testing. And also this is the commercial bus. And also the boat and also this one, high octane, right? The octane value. Normally in the past, we used the lead must be put in the fuels to increase the compression ratio. But anyway, at this moment, it's already done. So anyway, they have a very much hopeful future. And also the bio-naphtha is very much important additives. And also we can improve the quality. Okay, and also he's the president. And also this is one of the aspects, right? How business can be promoted for the future. And also this is one of the prediction. We are now here over here, and also the 2100, of course, maybe temperature must be going up 4.6 degrees centigrade. But anyway, we have to control less than 1.6, something like that. It is agreed at the COP26 this year, right? And also conclusion, Ukraine has a good capacity in CCS and CCU. And also human health care or some other purposes, we can use that one. We can expand more business, right? And also It's very much useful for cost down, right? By selling those kind of the additional products. The problem is the mass production. Of course, we can just improve the quality and also the facility must be expanded. Okay, productivity. That means that we can just control the size, the diameter and the length, right? The total size is 0.1 millimeter, less than that one, right? And also environmental issue, it can be easy solved. This is one of the your moral and ethics, right? So anyway, you can just change easily. And also, one of the big company, all right, something like the Toyota, they said that, okay? Main target is the decarbonization, how it can be achieved. Not to stop the production of internal combustion engine car, not the problem of the car, right? Energy is a problem. That's why we have to think about how we can use biomass. Biomass is very much useful for producing the other type of the energy, right? Not electricity, but even for electricity, we have to generate, right? And also PPP means, as you can see, number one, China, US, Russia, they should be responsible for putting more investment or maybe the compensation, they should pay more money, right? They polluted, right? So the PPP means polluter pays principle, okay? Okay, I think here whether I could keep my allocated time, but anyway, it's a lot of the slide. Very sorry to disturb you. So anyway, attention, problem is CO2 emission, not a car. The president of Toyota is emphasizing this one. They have already very good, excellent car, but anyway, they have to stop everything. And also almost 5 million people, workers, they lose the job, right? So from the industry side, they have to think about including everything, something like this. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much. And this one is our second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Nobutaka Ito from Maejo University on the topic Thinking About Decarbonized Society. And next one, we go to South Korea from Yonsei University. May I invite Professor Dr. Sang Kwon Him. He will talk about the status and challenges of food waste digestion in South Korea. Please, Professor.
Professor Kim couldn't join, so he has sent a recorded video. So someone in the organizing committee, they were supposed to play the video.
Okay, just hold on for a little bit. Our staff is looking for the video and he will post it on. May I give you some information about like today? After Professor Dr. Sang Hwan Kim, after this we'll go to Japan, of course. Professor Dr. Satoshi Kaneko from Mae University. And we're going to have a lunch break for about 35 minutes and then we'll come back here once again. Because right now we're behind the time a little bit, so probably we'll continue us like our keynote speakers. And after Professor Dr. Satoshi will go to Australia, Professor Dr. Vladimir Stersov from Macquarie University, and follow with another keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Wood Wang Chai from Maejo University, and goes to Dr. Francesco Padracini from Italy, from the institution's Sea and Earth Institute of Atmospheric Pollution Research in Rome. Okay, Sang Hwan Kim, you ready, right, Professor? So may I give you the microphones and then you can present yours. Thank you very much. We cannot hear your voice.
It's a recorded lecture. Please, someone play there from the.
I think the voice is missing.
Player in energy use and CO2 emission. This slide shows the energy balance of Korea. Korea has a quite vulnerable energy portfolio in this carbon zero era. 94% of primary energy is imported overseas, and the renewable energy is only 6.5% of total primary energy. During recent 14 years, renewable energy in Korea increases more than 3 times. Especially bioenergy increases 23 times, but more than half of the bioenergy was produced using imported biomass. So the government announced not to give renewable energy credits, so-called REC, to energy using imported biomass from 2025. So the large power generating companies are seeking domestic bioenergy source to fill their renewable energy portfolio. Grain produced in Korea is not enough to generate energy. There is some lignocellulose biomass, but the amount is somewhat minor compared to other countries. And the use of lignocellulose requires infrastructures for collection, transport, and storage, and also the pretreatment. Algal biomass generally requires more infrastructure for collection, transportation, and others. In Korea, the degree of the requirement would be similar for both algal and lignocellulose biomass. So organic waste, water, and waste would be practical domestic biomass which can be used right now in that country. So also, the energy conversion of the waste can be conducted along with the safe and environmental friendly treatment of the problematic waste stream. In Korea, food waste means any waste stream related in food. It has higher water content than garbage in the Western world, and it has high organic and carbohydrate content also. Daily production of food waste in Korea is about 14,000 tons, and it is 25% of total municipal solid waste. Since 2004, all food waste has been supposed to be separately collected, and the direct landfill and the incinerations are banned. So it is supposed to be recycled normally to animal food or aerobic compost, but they are oversupplied in agricultural market already, and it generates the other environmental issues, so-called food waste leachate, which is the processing wastewater from that recycling steps. So the government recommends municipalities to switch the food waste recycling method to anaerobic digestion. In other words, biogas production. This table shows the examples of the food waste characteristics in Korea and food waste leachate. Anaerobic digestion can convert all biodegradable components to biogas containing methane with the conversion factor of 0.35 normalized cubic meter methane per kilogram COD. Because it is developed as a wastewater treatment method, it is operated without sterilization and can use complex, heterogeneous, and polymerik feed like food waste. Methane has a net heating value of 10 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. If we assume the methane content as 65% and the power generator efficiency as 35%, we can generate 2.3 kilowatt hour of electricity from 1 cubic meter of biogas. According to the statistics of 2019, 13% of food waste is converted to biogas in Korea. And the Ministry of Environment aimed to increase the portion to 25% in 2030. So many municipalities are now constructing or planning anaerobic digesters for food waste with the financial support from the government. Especially, the use of co-digestion with sewage sludge or livestock manure are expanding rapidly. Korean government is conducting several policies related to anaerobic digestion, not only for food waste, but also for other organic waste streams. Carbon Neutral Committee, directly governed by the president, announced a big plan to reduce greenhouse gas emission by the expansion of anaerobic digestion. According to a more detailed plan of the Ministry of Environment, anaerobic digestion will be boosted for biogas and biohydrogen production. The ministry also announced a legislation to set the biogas production target based on the amount of organic waste to individual municipalities and large producers. In 2020, there are 110 anaerobic digesters are operated in public sectors to treat food waste, livestock waste, and sludge in Korea. So averagely, 113 cubic meter of biogas is produced from 1 ton of Korean food waste. In my rough calculation, biogas production potential from Korean organic waste would be about 7 times of the present amount of biogas production. So there are a lot of the potential to be produced more. However, food waste anaerobic digesters in Korea generally encounter several technical challenges. As food waste is highly biodegradable, via removal efficiency, in other words, organic removal efficiency, is supposed to be higher than 80%. But the average VS removal in full scale is less than 63% in Korea. So the first challenge is too high organic concentration of food waste. So the high solid and high rate anaerobic digestion of food waste could be a solution to achieve a sufficient performance in that high organic loading rate and concentration. Or co-digestion with less concentrated organic waste such as the sewage sludge or the animal manure will be an effective strategy, diluting the concentration as well as balancing the carbon to nitrogen ratio. High nitrogen concentration is another challenge due to the potential toxicity of ammonia to anaerobic microorganisms. Also, post-treatment is required to reduce the high ammonia concentration in the effluent below the discharge permit, which costs a lot of aeration energy for nitrification and external carbon source for denitrification. Also, market in carbon net zero era may require higher value added products such as biohydrogen and bioplastic rather than biogas. Now I will briefly review recent achievements of my research group and collaborators on high solid and high rate digestion, co-digestion, post-treatment with shortcut and technologies, biohydrogen, bioplastic production for food waste. High rate digestion means a process which can achieve a good performance at a high loading rate. My research group invented a digester with a dynamic membrane which uses biofilm on low-cost materials with coarse pore size, such as polyethylene cloth or stainless mesh. Sufficient mixing is required to ensure the efficient substrate biomass interaction for that dynamic membrane formation. However, too much mixing could interfere surface attachment. My group found an optimum range of shear force for stable and efficient biofilm. In other words, dynamic membrane. The dynamic membrane digester could achieve 2.6 liter cube methane per liter per day at HRT 10 day, which is about 2 times faster than conventional digestion technologies for food waste. Co-digestion can save digester construction cost and minimize NIMBY. It can also balance organic matter's concentration, carbon to nitrogen ratio, and buffering capacity. It may also dilute a toxicant concentration. This slide shows an example of synergy effect in co-digestion of food waste along with sewage sludge and swine manure. To save cost and energy in nitrogen removal for digester effluent, shortcut nitrogen technologies are promising, such as partial nitration and Anamox. Recently, there have been substantial development in Anamox technologies. And in Korea, also, the several projects are on the way to adopt that technology in pilot and full-scale cases. It is expected to be established for the food waste digester effluent treatment in near future. Hydrogen can be produced by the forming of biogas, but can be also produced by a biological pathway, so-called direct fermentation. When you combine the two technologies, hydrogen production from organic waste, including food waste, can be maximized. This slide shows continuous dark fermentation results of my research group using food waste as feedstock. In biohydrogen production, volatile fatty acids, VFAs, are generated as byproducts. VFA can be converted to biogas as shown previously to maximize energy conversion and hydrogen production, but can be also valorized to biopolymer, so-called PHA. My research group showed that the mixed microbial culture using the effluent of hydrogen fermentation through fish fermentation strategy resulted in an effective method for PHB production. Here the ferment means the nutrient limitation coupled with oxygen stress. This slide is summarizing my talk today. According to the 2050 carbon neutral strategy and related policies, anaerobic digestion of food waste is expected to increase substantially in Korea. High solid and/or high rate digestion could be a solution to cope with the high concentration of biodegradable organic matter in food waste. Co-digestion of food waste with sludge or livestock manure is supposed to be widely applied for the synergies due to the balance in CN ratio, concentration, and alkalinity. Shortcut nitrogen technology might mitigate the cost and energy issues in digested effluent treatment. And biohydrogen production and bioplastics can be combined with the anaerobic digestion for higher value production. You may refer some papers written by my groups for the detailed issues and technical development for food waste digestion as shown here. Thank you for your attention. Hello everyone, I'm Sang-hyun Kim from Yonsei University, Korea. It's my honor to present a keynote speech.
Okay, so
in
this one
I-RESEAT
is
today.
Professor Dr.
My
Sang
presentation
Hyun
title
Kim.
is Status and Challenges for Food Waste Digestion in Korea.
Okay, so
Let me
that
start my presentation.
he sent the video to us, and thank you very much for Professor Dr. Sang Hyun Kim. Okay, so next we have another keynote speaker, and he will do the presentations online. May I invite Professor Dr. Satoshi Kaneko from Maejo University in Japan. Professor Kaneko.
Okay. My name is Satoshi Kaneko. And thank you for this invited keynote speaker. Today, I would like to talk about my research electrochemical reduction of CO2. So energy-related activity, industrial process are main sources of increase of carbon dioxide, in the atmosphere. So this CO2 greenhouse effect. So just CO2 to convert to the another for example, another material, fuel or energy. So this CO2, once more, this fuel, once more used for the industrial factory, and once more again, CO2 emission and electrochemical reduction, this cycle is very important. So the electrochemical method appear to become one of very promising method for conversion and reduction of CO2. So this image shows in the future CO2 to solar energy and electrochemical reduction of CO2 to methane. So this cycle is carbon neutral technology. So electrochemical reduction energy source is we think we guess the solar energy. So by using solar energy, CO2 and electricity, this electricity from solar energy, and some medium, this combination is converted to variable chemical. For example, methane or ethylene, carbon monoxide, formic acid. This one is for formic acid case. Formic acid in the future, formic acid fuel cell we use. So this fuel cell emit the CO2, and CO2 we convert to electrochemical reduction method to formic acid. Once more again, we use this formic acid. We can use this formic acid for fuel cell. So like this, CO2 electrochemical reduction is very important technology for the CO2 utilization society. So CO2, just some power plant or CO2 emitter produce a CO2. So we use electrochemical reduction of carbon dioxide plant. So finally, we produce the methane or ethylene or formic acid. So formic acid case, we can use various industrial application. So we can use formic acid for the various industrial application. So electrochemical reduction of CO2 is very important and very significant method for the CO2 reduction. So our laboratory electrochemical reduction of CO2 in methanol. Methanol is a better solvent of CO2 compared with water, particularly at low temperature. So another point, methanol has been industrially used as a physical absorbent of CO2. The Rexo method. This is industrial method. So reduction, CO2 reduction in methanol, it is possible at less than 0 degree. Finally, if we can use copper cathode, this case is we can get the hydrocarbon as reduction products. So just it's very sorry. ちょっと待って。共有こっちか。The selectivity of product depending on the type of metal. So copper, in the case, copper electrode can selectivity produce hydrocarbon. So reduction of efficiency of CO2 will increase by supporting metal on the carbon powder. So in this case, in this study, we use a C2 species deposited carbon black was used as a cathode electrode for the electrochemical reduction of CO2. First, we show the cathode preparation. First, we prepare the water and copper nitride and carbon black. Make under ultrasonic for the 30 minutes, and we reductant material we will add. So just copper reduction or kappa deposited carbon black. So finally, we carbon black kappa deposited carbon black ink. So finally, we very small amount on the electrode. We put on the small amount on the electrode. We this one we can get the cathode. This one just carbon only carbon black and carbon carbon black copper case, the Cu2O, some base carbon black. This one is some condition we can get this material. Another condition we can get Cu2O carbon black. So this one we show the experimental system. This one electrochemical reduction cell. CO2 reduce this carbon black copper deposited carbon black cathode. CO2 reduced to the methane or ethylene or carbon monoxide or formic acid. This one experimental condition. Working electrode cathode Cu2O carbon black or Cu carbon black plate. Counter electrode platinum foil. Electrolyte in cathode is 0.15 molar. Sodium hydrochloride in methanol. This one potential temperature room temperature. Product analysis by gas chromatography or HPLC. First, we check the only carbon plate or carbon black. This case reduction product is formic. This one formic methyl formate and carbon monoxide and hydrogen. No hydrocarbons. So copper deposited carbon black. This case is we show the effect of potential of Faraday efficiency. In the case of copper deposited carbon black, we can get a methane or ethylene. So methane Faraday efficiency around 20 to 10%. Ethylene around 10%. Carbon monoxide gradually increase to negative potential. Carbon monoxide efficiency increase. This one effect of copper load amount of Faraday efficiency. And this one almost 50%, 50%, carbon 30%, carbon 40%. This case is methane best one is copper 50%. However, ethylene is best is 30%. This one reduction temperature. Not for methane best condition for the 10 degree. This one another Cu2O carbon black case. So this Cu2O case methane increased compared with Cu copper carbon black. So we summarize the effect of electrode type of Faraday efficiency of product by electrochemical reduction of CO2. Cu, copper, carbon black case is methane is 26.9%. CO2 case, more high efficiency, 32.4 Faraday efficiency for methane. But ethane case is copper, copper carbon black is 30.4%. This one mechanism. CO2 to methane, CO2 to ethane. This one, copper, carbon black and copper is some deposited. So CO2 so fast absorbed this surface, and CO2 reduced CO2 radical. Then demineralization cases for ethane, protonation cases methane. Conclusion: carbon black improves the surface area of carbon electrode and promoted of CO2 reduction of CO2 by loading copper species on carbon black applied to the electrochemical reduction of CO2, hydrocarbons, methane, and ethylene were produced a small amount of copper metal. Improvement of hydrocarbon formation was confirmed by a CO2, Cu2O particle. In the case of Cu2O particle, methane 30%, ethylene 80%. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And that one is Professor Dr. Satoshi Kaneko from Maejo University, and he did the presentation online. And we all right, so right now we would like to take a little break for 30 minutes, and then after this 30 minutes, I'll come back again, and we will continue with another keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Vladimir Stresov. Okay, 30 minutes, and I will come back once again. Thank you very much. All right, we come back once again, and it's time to go to the next online keynote speaker. The first person who's going to present online is Professor Dr. Vladimir Stersov from Macquarie University.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Greetings from Sydney in Australia. So I'll share my screen. So the title of my talk is Biomass Processing for Sustainable Technology Transformations. What I will be presenting today is mainly a summary of the work that we have been doing at Macquarie University for a number of years. So we've published also a couple of books related to this area. So there's a little bit more information in there. I will talk about energy and sustainability and the work that we've conducted. Some of the biomass properties importance. We did some work on biofuels, and perhaps what I will focus mostly is on the system engineering, developing systems of solutions using biomass as a central focus. So first is how do we define biomass? So we propose a two-dimensional definition of the biomass properties. So the first dimension is based on the biological origin. So whether they are plants, animals, or through the wastewater treatment processes, human origin. And depending on the biological origin and where the biomass is coming from, this will determine what type of technology would be suitable for processing of the biomass. Now, the next dimension is the production route of the biomass. How did we source the biomass, whether it's accidental, whether it's an energy crop, or derived from the nature, and this will determine the sustainability of the use of the biomass for energy. So even if with the energy crops, for instance, we can go down to determine what type of soils was used, whether it's we've used agricultural soil or we use marginal or degraded land, that will also have different impacts on sustainability. So let's have a look at the energy supply. So this is the most recent publication. Where I would point is on the use of biomass as of today. We have the modern bioenergy use 6.4%, traditional biomass 4.1%, so 10.5% of energy today is used from biomass. So this is, as you can see, the largest renewable energy source that we have. Obviously, we still rely on fossil fuels, but what is important is that, for instance, biomass, biofuels, and waste in the primary world energy supply increase over the years, as well as the other renewable energy sources. While when we look at the fossil fuels, we see a trend that indicates they are decreasing. And that's a good sign. And what we expect that biofuels will increase in their use even more in the future. One important part of our work and my research interest is what makes energy and energy supply sustainable. And first, it is important that the resources we have, whether they have minerals or fresh water is also a resource that can be depleting our agricultural land. We preserve those. We also want to preserve the environment, whether we're talking about greenhouse gas emissions or other air and water contaminants or waste. We need to make sure that we also have a good control, while on the other hand, we want to improve livability, and these are the economic parameters and quality of life. So I was interested in actually finding solutions to how to measure sustainability, and one of let's say the simplified ways of doing that is looking at what are the benefits and dividing it by the risks, where the risks is the actual hazard, a real risk, plus outrage, which means public acceptance, which may not be a real risk, but if the public and people don't accept the technology or the solution, that means it still need to be considered and take into effect. And the parameters we used in this study were the cost of electricity, greenhouse gas emissions, availability of resources, efficiency of energy generation, land use, water, and the social impacts. So if we look, this was quite an early study in 2009. And back then, the cost of electricity was quite different from what is now. When we did this study, coal and gas were the cheapest, where photovoltaic was very expensive. And if we can see, it fluctuated so much that we had to put it into a logarithmic scale to show, depending on the country, depending on availability of sun. And these are the energy crops, biomass and biomass residues or wastes, and they differed in the cost. Today, the situation is different. So we see coal and gas and their average costs, but we also see that onshore wind, hydro, and solar photovoltaic are similar, let's say solar PV, or cheaper than coal and gas. And that's the reason why we see fossil fuels slowly decreasing in use, and we will see even more rapidly into the future while the renewables are taking on. Biomass, we see it is slightly more expensive, but there's an error. Actually, it's not an error; it's a deviation depending on how it is used. Okay, and in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions, all energy sources have some embedded greenhouse gas emissions. So we looked at all of them. The energy crops and residues have different embedded greenhouse gas emissions, but coal and gas are by far the largest. Then we looked at the reserves that are depleting. So this is now 6 years old figure. Coal, we have predicted by BP 109 years, oil and gas in a little bit more than 50 years. Land use and water consumption are very important, especially for countries where land can be an issue, and other countries such as Australia, where water is a significant problem. This is a fresh water. So energy crops are by far the largest, have the largest footprint in land, and as well as water use, the same as the fossil-based technologies. We did conduct a survey. This is the social acceptance. People in Australia like solar. That's the most popular. Wind as well. Some of the renewable energy technologies, geothermal and biomass, were not well understood. But everyone, most Australians want to see shift away from coal. So this was the ranking that we did for the renewable energy technologies, where wind was ranked as the most favorable, followed by hydrogeothermal, geothermal, and PV. So the PV we will see a change now because of the cost. But what's the point here of discussion is a very big difference between how biomass residues rank to biomass energy crops. So the energy crops were the worst ranked fuel source on a sustainability parameters that we've discussed, even worse than coal. Why is that? Because we do see worldwide deforestation and cleaning of the land so that energy crops can be cultivated. And this is the case of Amazonia, where sugarcane is planted as an energy crop for use for ethanol production. So that is not the solution. All right, so that's the first generation of biofuels. So we talk about now the liquid biofuels production. So the first generation is, as we can see, all these sources are perfectly edible, and they are the ones that challenge sustainability. Now, the second generation is use of waste biomass and other types of wastes that agricultural or other types of wastes that currently don't have any use, and converting them to liquid biofuel products. The third generation is then going into algae or genetically modified crops, which would grow in other areas than agricultural lands. And then what we can do is even we can think and look even further into the fourth generation of biofuels, which is carbon negative or integrated geoengineering. So that's really where the systems are being built, designed, and I will mention some today. Biofuel production, so this is an old figure, but it's still there. We see the biodiesel, there's about less than 12% that are coming from wastes. Everything else is perfectly edible. In terms of ethanol, everything but 0.07% comes from products that are edible. And the biofuel production, US is the largest. Interestingly, Thailand, it's also in the top 6 countries in the world with biofuel production in 2020. Okay, so pyrolysis as a technology, as a process, can help us design these types of system solutions. So the pyrolysis is, obviously we have the biomass grown, which is using atmospheric CO2. Producing pyrolysis produces biogas, biochar. The biogas is used to drive the pyrolysis. Biooils can be either combusted for electricity, and then the CO2 is cycled back, or can be upgraded to biodiesel, petrochemicals, and the char used as a fertilizer, as a biochar, which was mentioned, and that is how carbon can be sequestered naturally. So that's the biological sequestration of the carbon. What we did is, here we can see that the gas is used for the combustion, is we designed a method where we can use solar pyrolysis. So the energy from the sun to drive the pyrolysis. In that case, we save the biogas. We have those 3 products. So we see the typical temperature for production for conducting the pyrolysis, 550, with the distribution of the products, and we can see that the biogas, although it is the most significant, is the CO2. We also have concentration of combustible gases that can be used for energy purposes. So the issue with pyrolysis is, as some of you have done work and you know, is if we compare pyrolysis liquids with the crude oil, we see the biggest problem is low pH, very high oxygen content, and unstable. And this is something that we tried to work on. First, we did a review on what type of upgrading can be performed. So there are different types of processes that can be the bioils can be subjected to upgrade. The issue is the more of these processes we have, the more expensive the upgrading becomes and less competitive to what the nature designed for us through the fossil oil. So we want to, anyway, all of them have advantages and disadvantages, so there's no perfect solution. What we try to do is design a method where we can upgrade the bio oils in situ during pyrolysis. And so we have the biomass that is producing the bio-oils, and we looked at designing catalysts where once the oils go through the catalyst, there would be reactions that will take the oxygen out from the oils. And this is an example of using the same types of catalysts either in a bed as monometallic, which are combined, or mixing them into bimetallic. And what we see here is that the bimetallic catalysts perform really well. In the copper to nickel ratio 1:3 mixed, we see the oxygenated compounds decreasing down from 73 whatever percent down to 5% and increasing in the bio oil content to 60% from the biomass. So this is a really promising result that we will be pursuing. And the biochar we mentioned, and I won't go anymore because there was a presentation on the biochar. We all know the qualities for the agricultural purposes. What we did here in Macquarie University, we looked at the sewage sludge as a type of a biochar. And if we look at the initial charts with the biomass types, sewage sludge is probably the most complicated and difficult biomass types that you would work, simply because of the high water content, high inorganic content. So we looked at that to design whether it can be used as a fertilizer, let's say, and what kind of energy can be harnessed. So this is a sewage treatment plant that we looked south of Sydney. The anaerobic digestion is methane coming off, unfortunately not captured, flared. It's a big loss. But anyway, this is the sewage sludge, the sludge which is just left in the open to dry. And as my student and a colleague from Sydney Water collecting the samples. So what we did is we pyrolyzed the samples from sludge from different origins, commercial, domestic, and industrial. And we looked at the effect of temperature on the nutrients. So what we want is the nutrients to be left in the biochar. We looked at the oils and then use the biochar to cultivate tomatoes in this case. The question was, well, can it act as a biochar? So this is a controlled soil without biochar, and this is soil with sludge char at 10%, and we see significant result. Then the next was, well, are the metals in the sludge char bioavailable? And we conducted that analysis, and they are basically locked into the biochar and they are unavailable while the nutrients, so the plant basically is uptaking what it needs to grow, showing very, very good results. This is an example, another system, Western Australia, the Mali Tree Project. What you see here is what used to be once a subtropical rainforest. Now what you see is it was deforested, so to grow wheat. What you see is salt. What happened is once the trees were removed, the groundwater table increased, bringing salts to the surface, and they stayed there and obviously affected the quality of the soil. So the solution is the crops wheat is here. You see the salts is plant the mali tree back, but in a way where the agriculture and the trees work together alongside. So we see these small mali trees planted, and the residues from the mali trees are the biomass, a source for the energy. So this is a really successful system that is being applied in Western Australia. Another one that we worked on is from Pasminco. This is in Lake Macquarie, about 200 k's north from Sydney. This Pasminco lead and zinc smelter was shut down a few years ago, but still slag from the smelter everywhere in the surrounding, and the it increases the blood levels, the lead blood level in children. It causes very significant problem. And what we looked at is we looked at the plants, which plants can uptake the lead and zinc. So we identified the plant. It's a type of a mangrove which is uptaking the lead and zinc. And then we looked at the volatility of the metals. So we found lead and cadmium the most volatiles, and they would be in the particles, while the other heavy metals are enriched in the biochar. Then we looked at the what type of oils are going to be produced. And what is interesting is, again, the metals are locked into the biochar. We looked at the bioavailability, and they are, again, not bioavailable. So that was a good result. So pyrolysis can be a method to be applied to phytoremediation. So clean soils and then use the plants. And this is the last algae was mentioned. Again, another system where from the power station, the CO2 is channeled through these ponds where algae is grown. We cultivate and then use pyrolysis as to produce oils as well as char. So we looked at that system, but what we propose is, instead of using straight pyrolysis, is that we can apply solvent extraction, so to remove the lipids and then pyrolyze the residue. In that case, we get more than 10% more liquids if the liquids are the desired product, which they are. This is at the expense of the gas and the char. So this two-stage of pyrolysis of the microalgae works quite well. Okay, in conclusion, so biomass is at the moment the largest renewable energy source, over 10% contribution. Sustainability, it can provide both sustainable and unsustainable energy solution, depending on the type of the biomass. So we need to pay attention what type of biomass we use, and to note how it has been produced. And it can be used to design these systems of solutions and solve other problems, not just the energy, and in that case, add value to the whole process. So that was pretty much it from my end. So these are the students and co-workers who helped the work, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And if the chair is here, may I invite Professor Pugo to invite the next keynote speaker. Professor Pugo.
Yes, the next keynote speaker is Associate Professor Niwuti Wangchai.
Thank you very much. And that one is Professor Dr. Vladimir Stersov from Macquarie University. And next, may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Nit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Niwut Wangchai. Today, I would like to present the entitled Development of Sustainable Aquaculture System for Food Security in Northern Thailand. I work under Center of Excellence in Fishery and Aquatic Resources, Maejo University, Chiang Mai, Thailand, with our team, Professor Tipsukon Pimpimon, Dr. Yuwali Anpapom, Dr. Ramesh Prabhu Ramaraj, Dr. Prakash Buya. Thank you for all. So in Chiang Mai usually is the topmost of attractive place for tourists. The consumption need is very high during tourist season. Fishery product and seafood are demand approximately 40 tons per day. Capacity in Chiang Mai, around Chiang Mai, that support only 18 tons per day. Then the remain fishery market in the central area have to support the lack of one. The logistic of seafoods and fish product from central part sent to Chiang Mai to support the lack of food. The decrease of marine capture in the past 10 years, there has been an average of fishing output approximate 1.6 million ton per year, and about 66,000 million ton per year can earn the money. But now we have the trend to decrease an annual rate of 1.39%. This picture shows the annual marine capture fishery from 1990 to 2018. We have trend to decrease of marine capture fishery due to the deterioration of ecosystem and degradation of fishery stock. This picture shows the yield on value of aquatic animal from freshwater fishing from 2020 to 2023 is forecast to decrease annual respectively. From basic data of freshwater aquaculture, we found that 97% have operated by in earthen pond. This graph shows the number of productive freshwater fish farm in 2018. The number is approximately around 97% is earthen pond operation. A kind of fish that operate in the freshwater aquaculture, tilapia is the most popular, and the following is catfish and common silverback. The advantage of tilapia is a popular growing in freshwater fish because good muscle or fillet and easy have a good protein and contain high nutrient. The important one is the seed is available all Thailand. As we know, the most of fish product in freshwater from the freshwater area. But now aquaculture sector in Thailand is facing the lack of the high ability fish farmer due to the agriculture transformation to the to farmer. We have now 23 million farmer and trend to decrease in future. Moreover, we study the risk from the climate. We found that during in the rainy season, Ping River has been faced by flood, and the flood damaged the fish culture in Ping River. But during the season, during the dry season, we have found the drought phenomena in Ping River and no space for fish culture. We have to try the development of sustainable fishery and aquaculture system by Thailand government start to implement the national strategy project and to develop the sustainable fishery and aquaculture to maintain the country leading status and processor for export high value marine product and can save the environment for sustainable manner. We have to find a strategy and good management for establishment the aquaculture system for food security in northern Thailand. The criteria that we have to concern about the sustainability is we have to get the supply the good product, or we have to get the social, environmental, economic cost of providing input, and we have to get the sustainable of long-term continuity of production, and we have to get the financial viability, and important one is environmental impact. Our group have emphasis on aquaculture system. The main target is to get the food security in northern Thailand. The important one is the important technique. The first is the recirculating aquaculture system, or RAS, and the second is the biofloc system, and the third aquaponic system. For RAS, actually RAS is the land-based aquaculture technique, and in conjunction with the circulation system or reusable system, then we can get the high density and can have a condition for aquatic animal can grow very well. After that, we have a look the species of fish that's suitable for RAS in northern Thailand. In the view of the price of fish, we found that sea bass, Asian sea bass, is very expensive in Chiang Mai, around 240 baht per kilogram, following the red tilapia and black tilapia. And fat catfish also the 40 baht per kilogram. We have designed the layout of recirculating aquaculture system in Maejo University. This is the layout of and design of RAS. It consists of our system. We have a concrete tank, 60 ton, and covered by plastic to control the temperature during the cold season. And also we have the system for water improvement. The first temperature control, we use the plastic filter control temperature inside the pond around 29 to 31 Celsius, degrees Celsius, for optimal growth for barramundi or sea bass. To manage of aeration, we have to keep more over 3 ppm by supercharged blower. Inside, we have elastic rubber tube for oxygen bubble. And now we install the oxygen sensor and pH and temperature, and we can monitor by mobile phone. We also improve the technique that we have done in our research. Before we feed our barramundi for two meals per day, 2 times per day. But after we change from 2 times per day to 6 times per day, the pattern of oxygen is quite safe compared to 2 times due to the oxygen consumption is very high after feeding. This one we can extend our finding to farmer have to take a look of oxygen level audio after feeding in fish farm of RAS system. The important one is after we pump water from the concrete tank, we have to use the solid waste removal system to get the clear water. After that, move to the next step by biofiltration. We have some bioplastic ball carrier with bacteria, beneficial bacteria, to convert toxic ammonia to nitrite and to nitrate. The system that we use for ammonia removal, we use the MBBR technique. First, after that, before we design the IAS, we have the target production of our pond. Our pond around 1,100 kilogram of the year. Then after we know the target, we can estimate the size of biomedia and the treatment tank. For example, from 1,100 kilogram of sea bass and feed intake per day 2.2 kilogram percent, 2.2% per day, and then we calculate amount per day, around 24.2 kilogram per day. Usually 3.6% of ammonia would be produced from 1 kilogram from feed 1 kilogram. It means total ammonia nitrogen per day around 891 gram per day. Removal efficiency per 1 cubic meter is around 600 gram per 1 cubic meter per day. Then we have to get the size of the treatment biomedia treatment to remove ammonia around 1.5 cubic meter to cover the ammonia produced from the 1,100 kilogram per day. Another step after we remove ammonia from water, then water will be pumped to the disinfection part. We use this UV disinfection to remove pathogenic bacteria or some phytoplankton. Is an important part for RAS. And the next step, after we set up our system, then we stock the sea bass around 1,500 fish. And before stocking, the important thing that we have done is to train the fish to accept the pellet, and another one is adjust from sea water to 100% fresh water, purely fresh water. The size that's optimum for transportation approximately around 3 to 4 inches. This size good for prevention from cannibalism. Usually we feed the fish 2 times per day. The sea bass farming in the RAS is the cement pond under the heat dome in fresh water is very good technique and attractive approach by to get a high production due to the safe animal husbandry industry, and we can expect the production. The farming system also preserve the environment due to the no effluent from our system. The highlight is that it doesn't consume as much labor as regular farm. Farmer can operate it within family with our design, and they can sell fish yield to market with high price. It means we can use the local market to get the good price for barramundi. We can say this our system, IS system, is the one is to preserve water because we use 100% recirculating water. The second is our system use the appropriate technique to get the to solve the have problem from oxygen depletion. And for during our culture sea bass, we found that no disease, it means our system can cure, can protect from the pathogenic disease in this system. Another one is we can get an economic and safe way to harvest. As we know, if we grow fish in the earthen pond, we have to pay a lot for labor during harvest. But our system is very appropriate and easy to harvest by farmer. Another one is the minimal maintenance. Some we use the smart system and easy to operate by the farmer, especially in the aging society now. The last is to minimize the liquid discharge because we reuse the water from in our system. That's all for the RAS system as we success to develop in our university about RAS system. The second one I would like to show with the system we call biofloc system. Biofloc system is a waste management technique that occur in aquatic farm. Heterotrophic bacteria turn waste into the protein-based feed that we have to choose the appropriate or suitable aquatic animal to use this substance. This makes it possible to reduce the feed cost and can grow with the high density. And biofloc organism we can use to control the water quality inside the pond and with suitable condition. And the important one is low water exchange. This graph, this picture from the many researchers show that biofloc use the waste from the food, feces, and some excrete from the fish and phytoplankton bacteria make the floc, and inside the floc, bacteria can change ammonia with toxic form to nitrite and to nitrate. And during the process, we have to aerate and to add the carbon salt to keep the CN ratio approximate 10 to 20 per 1. This picture shows the biofloc pond with 60 tons of water. We grow and we try to grow the young barramundi at like a nursing pond. And we found that we can grow barramundi inside biofloc system. Even sea bass is like the carnivorous fish. The important thing, we remove the floc and keep it to the optimal level. During operate, we have to prepare the optimum level of floc by some we check with the IMHOP cone, and we keep around 20 to 40 milliliter per liter of sedimentation floc. Another species that's suitable to grow in the block system is the tilapia. And we have one farm in Chiang Mai to grow red and black tilapia in Chiang Mai under the flock system, flock system. The next, I would like to show is the next system is the aquaponic system. Aquaponic system that we operate now in Maejo University, we use the nutrient film technique system and hybrid with the catfish pond. We design the hybrid NFT in our university. And we also survey the kind of vegetable that very high demand and high price in Chiang Mai. We found that the expensive vegetable, top 5 expensive vegetable is the red coral lettuce, around 220 baht per kilogram, or watercress, cost lettuce, Finland's iceberg lettuce, red oak lettuce, and green oak lettuce. For the kind of fish that we use in our aquaponic is catfish. Due to catfish, can sell in the local market and can grow in the high density, and to get the high nutrient water effluent to use in our system aquaponic. There's a consists of the drag of the vegetable, and we install the water pump inside, and we use the clear water from the catfish pond with high nutrient. And after that, we can get the mixed water between water from fish farm and nutrient solution. Then we can get however, we have to get the optimum level to grow the vegetable in aquaponic, approximate around 1,200 microsiemens per centimeter. Then it's the important one. We found that we have to add nutrient by nutrient solution A and nutrient solution B with mix in the water from the catfish, and to get the 1,200 microsiemens per centimeter. That optimal for vegetable in our system. We have our system we call hybrid nutrient film technique, that we grow the catfish and under the recirculating and water treatment, and we use the clear water for our purpose inside the hydroponic to grow the vegetable. The important, we have to add solution A and nutrient solution B to end up the optimum level. It means 1,200 microsiemens per centimeter. Our system, we design big size of vegetable and small size of vegetable the farmer can use depend on the area of his farm. And the system is suitable both in the carnivorous fish and biofog or herbivorous fish. In our system, we use the RAS to increase the nitrate level and grow in the aquaponic rack and circulate under the optimum flow rate. And we have to keep temperature and dissolve oxygen inside the solution at optimum level. This picture shows the vegetable that we have done under our system under hybrid NFT system. For our operation, we found that farmer can earn the revenue from aquaponics. We can say we can get the revenue, the high revenue from vegetable higher than that from the catfish sale. For the final conclusion, our system, RAS system, biofloc system, aquaponic system can conserve the water, and we can get the sustainability aquaculture because minimize the volume of effluent, and we recover the waste by to fish meat in biofloc or waste change to vegetable. Then the important is that we improve the system like a biosecurity and good quality of fish and vegetable. The important one is environmental sustainable. We would like to thanks to Maejo University and other that support the budget for research, and we collaborate with the company Energy Hub Company and Chokanan Farm in Chiang Rai, which produce fish in northern Thailand. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. All right. And this one is Associate Professor Dr. Nitiwood Wangchai, Niwood Wangchai. And of course, he from Maejo University, and he gave a very fruitful information about the fish and also the tilapia and also how to produce fish. And of course, right now we would like to change the schedule for a little bit. Actually, our keynote speaker after this, that should be Dr. Francesco Patrancini from Italy, and he go to his presentation will be changed from now to 4:40 until 5 o'clock in the evening. So we have to shift the invited speaker, who is very, very well known, especially in the field of agriculture and also in the field of the marijuana or even the cannabis. And of course, After this, may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Serm Kiat Jom Chan Yong from Chiang Mai University, of course, and he would like to give a presentation after this. Maybe we take a little while to download the presentation, and after this, we would like to give the stage to Dr. Serm Kiat Jom Chan Yong, of course. And also, we still have many more invited speakers, also the keynote speaker, for example, like Associate Professor Dr. Sheng Chin Kui from United Arab Emirates, after Dr. Somkiat, and also after that, we have Assistant Professor Dr. KJ Shenkil Kumar from Taiwan, and he will talk about the sustainable utilization and ex situ conservation strategies for anthrodeer, cynomamir, and edermic medical mushroom in Taiwan. And also we have another sessions after a little break. We still have 5 more keynote speaker and also invited speaker to give a speech. Okay, so right now the presentation is ready. So may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Serm Kiat Jom Chan Yong, please.
Okay. Mr. Vice President Natut, Professor Ito, and my colleagues, good afternoon. The topic that I would like to talk and discuss with you in this afternoon is about the environmental problem which become bigger and bigger in nowadays. We call it a haze. How we can make Thailand haze free. So this is what you did discuss. The agenda that we talk is about the introduction, the background, the source of haze, impact health, economics, society, and haze reduction. As you may see that in this map, Thailand is in the quite middle of the geographic of ASEAN country. So what happened in Thailand will affect the neighboring, and in vice versa. What happened in the neighboring will affect Thailand as a whole. So I show you that Thailand is a country that's surrounding with a neighboring country, and Chiang Mai, which is in the north of Thailand, where I come from, is Chiang Mai University. You can see in the red color here. This is what the recently problem of the haze in the north of Thailand. And because of this problem, the National Research Council of Thailand give us a research problem that how we can combat with this haze problem and make the environment more friendly to live. What like we call is stability, prosperity, and sustainability. This is what the NRCT concept. So in this picture, you can see that Chiang Mai is in the middle of nowhere. You can see on the east, we have Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia. In the west, we have Myanmar. Upper north, we have China. And also in the south, we have Malaysia, Indonesia, we have Philippines also. As many big city as in the world, like you say that in haze in Kuala Lumpur, also a big problem. Also in Indonesia and also in India, Calcutta also very big problem. Now in Bangkok also we have haze in Bangkok which affect a lot of our people. In Myanmar and also in Chiang Mai, on your right side, has became a big problem both in transportation and environmental. Okay, if we're talking about the cause of the haze, by naturally cause, it's become of this because of the sun energy or shift in the ocean current and also other effect earth climate that we know already as a El Nino and La Nina. Especially in the El Nino, we will have a very, very dry season. So affect a lot of the north of Thailand, which we have a big forest area. And by human causes, also very big problem that cause the greenhouse effect. Those come from the burning of fossil fuel, clearing forests, fertilization crop, storing waste in the landfill, raising livestock, producing some kind of industrial product. This kind of things or sources create haze. Especially in the north, the source of haze, as we found out, come from the forest fire. Maybe about 80% of the haze that occur in the northern of Thailand. Land clearing for agriculture. Recently, there have a lot of agriculture activity in the forest area because people live in the forest become more and more. Transportation, industrial, and construction. As you may say that in this forest fire, when it is occur, it's very rapidly and also very difficult to control. It even harmful to the human life. Okay, this is some information from the satellite. We call it the hotspot and the dust. When we see that this red spot were detected by the satellite via and MODIS, that we can record it. So we can, in the January of 2019, 2 years ago, we have a big hotspot also in Thailand and also in our neighboring. That's what I say, that what happened in Thailand may be impact on the numbering. And also the vice versa. What happened in the neighboring country will affect Thailand as a whole. Weathering also is a main problem because of the wind that change or flow from east to west, west to west, or south to north. This bring the haze in different area to across the border. That's what we call a transboundary haze. In Thailand, nowadays we can say that the haze problem is the year-round problem, not only in the dry season or in the winter time. Like on the right side, February to March, in this area, in the northeastern, and then come down to the north, right, right left, right bottom in the north area from February to April, and also move to the left side in June to October, occur in the south, actually in dry season when they have a neighboring or what we call is a transboundary haze. And in the left hand side, that is from February to December. This haze problem occur in the central of Thailand all the year round. So this problem became bigger and bigger. If we do nothing, I think the situation may be even worse. In Thailand, we used to have a very, very high concentration of the PM 2.5 like this one. We used to be the #1 of the most polluted city in the world, which we don't want to be. That kind of #1 is not so good. And also the geographically is also one of the problem that make the haze more even worse. In the north, we are in the valley or what we call in basin base. Right? We are surrounded by the mountain, and when the haze happen, it is very difficult to disperse or go away, especially in the morning when we have a very heavy weathering. I mean, the air is heavy. We will face a big amount of PM 2.5. But when the sun shine and the weathering became hot, the haze became dispersed and go away. So during the day, the PM 2.5 is less than early in the morning. That's what we have experienced. And especially the haze, which we monitor in the number of the 2.5, PM 2.5, the standard that we accept is not more than 50 microgram per cubic meter. But as you can see that in the March, the PM 2.5 volume is even higher than the standard. It could become up to the 300 microgram per cubic meter. And also in Bangkok also, the PM 2.5 also very high. In the south, of course, we get influence from the transboundary haze that come from the south, especially from Indonesia. We have a big forest area. When they burn it, the smoke will blow through the south of Thailand, which impact on Malaysia, Singapore also. This usually happen during the October to November. So when we look about the impact of the haze could impact on the health, economics, and environmental. This cause a lot of economics value. When we talk about the PM 2.5, we can compare the size of the haze. Our human hair diameter is approximately about 50 to 70 micron. So the particle 2.5 is about 1 to 20 of the diameter of the hair. It is very, very small. What impact on human body? They say that if the particle is a PM10, that is a 10 micron, they can eliminate it, or they can affect up until the throat irritation, our nose or our irritation system can catch them. But if the particle is too small, like going to 2.5, it will come down deeper until to the lung and to the blood cell, or even to the heart system. So the PM 2.5 particle that happen due to the environmental problem can cause human being a lot. This is very dangerous. As you may know that in the north of Thailand, we have the big problem about the lung cancer more than other part of the country. The lung cancer may be caused by this PM 2.5, which is the haze. This is also the disease that impact from the PM 2.5 of the haze problem. The relation between the rate of death have a very relation with the number of the PM 2.5. That means in the month that PM 2.5 is more than 50 microgram per square meter, the rate of the death rate is also high. So we can imply that when the number of the PM 2.5 is high, the rate of death of the people is also high also. There is also the environmental impact to the environmental when we have a haze problem. This is also another index that we measuring about the haze, which is PM10. But now I think that most of the standard they use PM 2.5 to measuring the air quality. Now, when we know that the haze has a big problem to the environmental, economics, or environment, how we can reduce the haze problem? From our research, we can divide this our strategy to reduce the haze in by short term, mid term, and long term. We can make it. Focusing on the situation when the haze happen, what we do, or after the haze problem, what we shall do, and to prevent or protect the haze, what we shall do. This is also was reported to the National Research Council of Thailand. Like, for example, we have to know the situation. So we develop the monitoring sensor, which we call is low-cost sensor, the dust boy. Now the dust boy, which is our research product, was installed more than 700 units around the country. 3 years back, before we start the research, the monitoring station in Thailand is less than 100. But now every hospital, every province, or every sub-district, we install this equipment to report to them that what is the quality of the air in your area. So if you really know that the quality of air in your area is really bad, so you will wake up and then try to prevent or reduce the source of the haze. Also, we also developed the application that is air quality to link to our monitoring sensor and report the real-time PM 2.5 to our people. We also developed the prediction system to predict the quality of air or air quality in advance 3 days or 7 days. Okay. This is also the sample. And the haze management also, when we want to reduce it, we have the pre-burning by using the fire buffer zoning preparation. When we face the situation, we have a group of people to go out and distinguish the fire. And also, we try to develop the regulation and rule what can be burned, what can be burned, something like that. This is also the system that we are developing and recommend to the government. Also, the other way is a supply chain management. One of the problems that we occur now is what we call is a cash crop. The people in the mountain, or we call is a highland agriculture, they grew a lot of what we call is animal feed corn. all of the mountain, they cut the tree and then they grow the corn. This is very short cash crop. Only 3 months you can get the cash from this one. And there is a big company that try to support or try to make a contract farming because they have a lot of high demand on the animal feed corn. But that animal feed corn cause a lot of problem because after they harvest the grain, they have to burn the rest of the bio waste, which a lot of bio waste were burned in every year. So according to our King philosophy, what we call is a sufficient economy, we introduce this theory to our highland agriculture, how the people on the hill tribe that if you use this philosophy to make your middle or what we call the middle part of your life, you can survive and also you can help to protect the environmental. There is a lot of alternate crops that you can use like a tea, bamboo, coffee, or like a fruits like a mango or like a banana. This is also a very good crops that you can make of your living instead of only the cash crop like a corn. And also the academic science like a research team also try to help the agriculture to living on their moderate life, which will not impact environmental. So by conclusion, I would say that haze is a very big problem. And if we don't do anything and let it be as it like a business as usual, I think that in the near future, the problem will become big and big. So not only Chiang Mai, which is the area base that we have to focus on this problem, also in all Thailand, every part, northeastern, central, and south, we have to cooperate it to reduce the source of haze. And also, as I showed you before, that in the ASEAN country also, because what happened here can impact neighboring. What happened in the neighboring country will impact us. So we have to have a collaboration, like a ASEAN collaboration, not just only the haze-free Thailand, but we will go for the ASEAN free, haze-free. Okay, this is what I have a recommend to the government from the research outcome that we recommend to the government that how to reduce the haze. Okay, that is all my talk this afternoon. So thank you very much.
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you very much. And this one is about the haze in Thailand. That one is a long problem that we have faced. That's we faced for a long time. All right. After Associate Professor Dr. Somkiat Jomchanyong, after this, we're going to go to our invited speaker in United Arab Emirates, Associate Professor Dr. Cheng Chin Kui from California University. So we have to wait for the signal a little bit. So after Associate Professor Cheng Chin Kui, and after that, we're going to go to another invited speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. KJ Senthil Kumar from National Chung Ching University in Taiwan.
พูดไมค์ของเขาบอก
Also, in the late afternoon session from 3 p.m. until 5, we still have like 5 more keynote speaker and also invited speaker. The first one we're going to start in the late afternoon sessions. That one we're going to start with Professor Dr. Eldon Rainey from the Netherlands. And after that, we're going to follow with the video from Professor Dr. Luzine Maria Kohler from the University of Passo Fundo in Brazil. And the professor will talk about the use of the microalgae to effluent valuation and production of bioethanol, ethanol, and high added value products. Also, after that, we're going to have an online speaker, Professor Dr. Rajesh from Central University of Tamil Nadu. And that one comes from India. He's going to give a speech on bioenergy and biochemical production via integrated lignocellulose biorefinery, and also another online keynote invited speaker, Professor Dr. Grzegorz Pichota from Poland. He's gonna give us a talk on. He's gonna give a lecture on cryogenic technology for biogas upgrading to biomethane quality. And also we're gonna end with Dr. Francesco Patracini from Italy, from Institute of CNR, Institute of Atmospheric Pollution Research in Rome. All right. So right now we are waiting for the signal a little bit. So you can have a little bit about like 2 minutes, I think. All right. And also, not just only for today, tomorrow. Tomorrow we still have the lineup keynote speakers and invited speaker. Tomorrow we're gonna start at 9 o'clock in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon. We're gonna start with Professor Dr. Yusuf from New Zealand and Professor Dr. Sheng Didong from Taiwan, Dr. Tomoaki from Japan, and Professor Dr. Doreen from the Philippines, of course. Then tomorrow they're gonna have like more than there are 13 keynote speakers and also invited speakers to give the lecture tomorrow. So right now we are waiting for Associate Professor Dr. Sheng Shinkui from California University from United Arab Emirates. All right, so sorry about the connection. So can we have a 10 minutes breaks, and then after this I will come back once again. So after this we're gonna check like who's gonna come next, whether like Associate Professor Dr. Chen Chinkui or Assistant Professor Dr. KG Senthil Kumar. Just take 10 minutes break. Thank you very much.
ஆனா இப்ப பாருங்க நானு என்ன தெரியுது நானு தானுங்கண்ணா Okay.
All right, I come back once again, and right now, one more invited speakers is ready with us here. Okay, so after this, I have one more invited speaker, and this one is Assistant Professor Dr. KJ Santil Kumar from National Chongqing University in Taiwan, and he will talk about sustainable utilizations and execute conservation strategies of Androdeer, Simonomere, and endemic medicinal mushroom in Taiwan. Yes, please. Kumar, yes, please. Professor Kumar, if you're ready, you can unmute.
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you,
Sorry.
thank you.
Okay, sorry for the technical problem. Okay, so right now you can hear me, right? Hello?
Yes, please do the presentation. I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. First of all, I would like to say sorry for the technical problem. I'm also overwhelmed to present such a wonderful conference like the I-RESEAT. Actually, today I'm not going to discuss about anything about my my research finding. Actually, instead of I want to narrate a story about the Anthrodia cinnamomea or Anthrodia camphoraita. It is one of the endemic species in Taiwan, and you can find only the species here in Taiwan. And recently, there are many studies they proved that this mushroom may have a lot of biological activities, and therefore it is commercially one of the highly prized mushroom, and the product also highly priced because of their medicinal property. Okay, so we know that there are over 1.5 million fungal species are so far identified in worldwide. Among them, 5,000 are classified as mushrooms, and 2,200 are edible, as mean people can consume as a food, and remaining 200 are poisonous, and only very few mushrooms are identified or characterized as a medicinal fungus, because we know that in the nature we always have medicines from the plant resources, and the fungals also it's not exceptional. So there are 300 medicinal fungus or medicinal mushrooms are so far identified. And here I show some of the highly prized or highly valued medicinal mushrooms so far categorized based on their medicinal property, also their economical status. And you can see, and most of them people we know that the Ophiocortis sinensis, it is nothing but the caterpillar mushroom. It is one of the highly prized mushroom, and also highly valued in the context of medicinal property. And you are surprisingly know that it is the 1 kilogram of caterpillar mushroom is 40,000 to 80,000 US dollar, I mean per kilogram. And next to the caterpillar mushroom, the highly valued or highly or economically important mushroom is Androdia cinnamomea. It is the price is 15,000 to 25,000 US dollar per kilogram. The price is not only for the rarity or the scarcity of the mushroom, it is also priced for their medicinal property, because it has a broad spectrum of medicinal property. It can be used for almost all the simple diseases, not a complex diseases, or can be cured or prevented by this mushroom. So here today I'm going to talk about I just want to give a introduction and the major challenges about the Anthrodia cinnamomea research we faced here in Taiwan. And the Anthrodia cinnamomea is classified based on the phylum Basidiomycota and the family Formitopsidae and the genus Anthrodia, and the species Anthrodia cinnamomea. And it has various names. Somebody call Anthrodia cinnamomea, and somebody call Anthrodia camphoraita, Taiwanofungus camphoratus. There are many names for this mushroom, but predominantly the Anthrodia cinnamomea is well known for everyone, not only in Taiwan or in the worldwide. Actually, the identification or the founding of this mushroom is very interesting story. Mostly in Taiwan here, the Anthrodia cinnamomea, it is called New Changchu. It is in Chinese, it's called New Changchu, and it is also one of the ancient herbal medicine, or the fungus is used for traditional Chinese medicine for a long period of time, maybe more than a millennium. But or the individual people, but the real identification was happened in the year of 1773. Particularly, Dr. Wu Sha, a renowned physician who migrated from mainland China to particularly the Fujian province to Taiwan. And he practiced the traditional Chinese medicine in the eastern part of Taiwan, known as Hualien. But when he practicing, he found a unique behavior from the Aboriginal peoples of Taiwan, particularly the Aboriginal peoples who, whenever they get a food or intoxication or food or drug intoxication or sometimes alcohol intoxication, they will chew some kind of herbal product, and later they will easily recover from that intoxication. And the doctor was very curious to know about what is that substance, and finally he found that actually they are chewing a kind of a fungus which are collected from the forest. And later he more studied about the medicinal properties of this fungus, and he reported it has many medicinal properties. Particularly they focused on the hepatoprotection, means it can be protect the liver. And later there are many scientific studies, especially the modern scientific studies, revealed that the original use, I mean the pharmacological activities of this particular medicinal mushroom is go for beyond their original usage. So which means right now it have many biological or medicinal properties, including it can be used for many diseases. And here I'm showing some of the disease models are already proved with this mushroom. They have liver protection. It can be controlled it can be, it is used in the traditional medicine for these kind of human illness, including the liver protection, intoxication, and also from common fever to a complex cancer. And the recent studies also showed that the studies have the mushroom have many medicinal properties. And here the scientific studies shown the number of publication per year based on only studying about this the particular medicinal mushrooms medicinal properties or the research and development or collectively. In an average of recently from the year of 2013 until 2020, the average is nearly 45 research articles are publishing in worldwide, and most of the publications are come from Taiwan. And you can see here there are nearly 500, more than 500 research articles are published only in Taiwan, and the remaining articles are published from elsewhere, including the mainland China, USA, and some other countries. And most of these countries are collaborated with Taiwan or the mainland China. And there are many modern those studies. They revealed that this mushroom have high amount of medicinal properties. Those are listed here, like it has an antioxidant, anti-inflammation, anti-cancer, diabetes, anti-diabetes, and it also have kind of radioprotective, liver protective, neuroprotective, chorioprotective, and also not only the whole extract of the medicinal mushroom, and also compounds isolated from this particular medicinal mushroom. And particularly the unique compound only present in the mushroom is anthocyanins and androgens. And here this picture, it shows the anthocyanins and androgens collected from this or isolated from this mushroom have a high amount of anti-cancer activities. It is not only for only one type of cancer. Actually, it has a broad spectrum, and it can control many types of cancers. If I have to list it, like it can be a good anti-cancer activity with liver, breast, ovarian, prostate, bone, and there are many. Even though skin cancer, they have a good anti-cancer activities. As a result, right now there are many commercial products are available in the name of nutraceutical supplement. And also these supplements are really expensive. For example, if you want to buy a 10 capsule of Androdia cinnamomea, you have to pay at least 200 NT dollar. It's nearly like more than 1,500, more than 150 US dollars. So the price also very high, and the products also have a broad spectrum of medicinal property. But still, okay. But in the future, the many pharmaceutical or nutraceutical companies, they have the future aim or the future perspective They want to make this mushroom available to everyone in the form of simple food, like some kind of candies or herbal drink. Also, it can be available with a herbal coffee like that. But still, the Androdia cinnamomea is very expensive, even though in the raw material and the final product, because the Androdia cinnamomea has unique characteristics. These unique characteristics are the major challenges in Androdia cinnamomea research. So here the major challenges are: the first one is the natural resource, because this mushroom initially isolated only from the natural resource, but recently we developed many artificial techniques. Particularly the host specificity, it depends on only one species, and it is also very scarcity in the nature, and it also very slow in growth. It take at least 5 years to fully develop a complete fruiting body. And also the commercial production, also one of the very important thing, or also a major challenge in Androdia cinnamomea research. The first thing is the natural resource, because it is the host specificity. This, unless the other parasitic mushroom, this mushroom only grow in a particular tree called Cinnamomea canephora, or it is commonly known as a bull camphor tree. And this bull camphor tree also one of the endemic tree to Taiwan. So the both species, the Androdia cinnamomea and their host species, both are endemic to Taiwan. But it's not on it. This mushroom not commonly found in anywhere in the forest, or particularly in the tree. Actually, it grow only the age-old tree, which make a inner cavity. In the inner cavity only it can grow. So it is very unique in the natural resources, and you can see this picture. This is the age-old bull camphor tree, and inside the age-old bull camphor tree, we can find the Androdia cinnamomea. Therefore, many people cut this tree, the age-old cinnamon tree, and they will extract, because we know that it is very highly expensive. So you can see here, some of them are, they make a hole in the living tree, and they extracted those mushrooms from the bull camphor tree. It eventually it trigger many ecological problems, particularly the over exploitation of the mushroom. It end up with the cutting of age-old cinnamon tree, because we know that the cinnamon tree also endemic to Taiwan. During this operation, many cinnamon tree was cut down. It eventually leads to species loss in this particular region, or also it leads to it eventually triggers some ecological problems. And you can see here, some people are not completely cut the tree. They just make a hole in the a fully grown cinnamon tree, and they will extract those wood, or particularly the mushroom. So to minimize the collection of wild fruiting bodies, also to minimize the ecological factor, especially the species loss of the bull camphor tree, also one of the important strategy to control in the context of ecological preservation. And here, therefore, many scientists, they developed in ex situ conservation for Androdia cinnamomea, or the bull camphor tree. And one of the strategy is cut log cultivation. Just they take some of the bull camphor tree log, and they will cultivate this mushroom in a commercial purpose in the factory or in the experimental station. Later, they developed the solid state cultivation. It is another step, because even though when we use the cut log cultivation, even though we have to cut down the camphor tree, and we need to export the log, and we need those facilities to grow the mushrooms. So therefore, the scientists find an alternative way to grow this mushroom. It is the solid state cultivation. Here, there is no need this cut log. Instead of giving some kind of resources like the waste materials, and they grow this way, and the mushrooms are grown in those waste materials. So kind of advanced method to grow Androdia cinnamomea. And finally, many researchers, they found even though very cheaper and cost-effective methodology, we know that is the liquid fermentation, under the product also we can get very very timingly, or it will not take much time to produce the mycelia of the Androdia cinnamomea. But each these resources of Androdia cinnamomea, they have some kind of limitations, particularly for if we're collecting the fruiting body from the wild, it will take 2 to 5 years, and cutler cultivation at least take 2 years, and the solid state it will take 4 months, and the liquid fermentation just it for 2 weeks. But the phytochemicals in those these mushrooms are have severe changes, particularly the triterpenoids, one of the active principles of their medicinal properties, are high in the wild fruiting bodies, and it is also high in the cutler cultivation, but very moderate in the solid cultivation and very low in the liquid fermentation. And the polysaccharides are also found in all the process of all the cultivation of Androdia cinnamomea, and the toxicity also varying from not much variation from each culture conditions. But the major things we have to determine, or we have to consider about the phytocompounds. So here, when compared to the wild fruiting body or the cutler cultivation, the other two techniques have lower amount or moderate amount of phytochemicals, particularly the triterpenoids. Therefore, the researchers, they want to check the cutler cultivation with different age and different different strain about their triterpenoid production. They found that particularly the Androdia cinnamomea, 9 weeks old, and cutler cultivation supplied by the Cinnamon canihera or the bull camphor tree, it yield a much higher phytochemical compared to other strains and other wood resources. But still, it is so this result says that still the production of Androdia cinnamomea is depend on the catalog cultivation, particularly the Cinnamon canihera tree or their log. So it does not resolve, still it does not resolve the conservation of Cinnamon canihera, because it is also one of the endemic species here in Taiwan. And surprisingly, you know that in Thailand, a research group, they found that the growth of Androdia cinnamomea mycelia in different kinds of substrates. They use the different substrate. For example, here they use the kana dust and rain tree sawdust, mango sawdust, and the para rubber sawdust, and the cinnamon tree sawdust. And what they found that here compared to the cinnamon tree sawdust, here the kana sawdust, it produced a high amount of mycelial growth. So which conclude that the mycelial production of Androdia cinnamomea, it not only depend on a particular camphor tree, it also can be produced by it can be produced from other resources. Next, the researchers found the optimization of fermentation of medium of terpenoid production using different components, and here they used the artificial intelligence to optimize the best concentration or the optimum medium condition. And here they found that the maximum terpenoid production, especially 62.84 milligram per liter, was obtained with the genetic algorithmic optimized concentration of Androdia, and it showed 1.78 into 10 to the power of 5 ml, and a medium component including the glucose, peptone, and the soybean, which are shown here with a different proportion. So this is the optimum condition which can yield high amount of terpenoids, because we already mentioned that the terpenoids is one of the bioactive ingredient in the Androdia cinnamomea. Next, researchers also found, also they want to minimize the cost effect, because if we want to produce the mycelia in a large scale or in the fermentation, we need a large fermenter. But next step, the researcher found to minimize the cost effect, they found the shake flask culture techniques, particularly produce the mycelia of Androdia cinnamomum. And here they used different substrate like a pomelo extract, lemon extract, orange extract, and a grapefruit extract as the source for mycelial production. And they found that particularly the lemon and the pomelo extract showed the higher number of polysaccharides and triterpenoid production, and also the orange extract showed the highest triterpenoid production in the shade flock with the Androdia cinnamomum mycelia. Next, the culture plate cultivation, it further reduced the burden of Androdia cinnamomum mycelia collection. And here the researcher found that when the mycelia are induced by blue light, it produces more mycelia compared to without blue light. So this is the another step. They found that the blue light, it stimulates more mycelial production in the culture plate. Okay, so next, finally, I come to the conclusion that after establishing several simple and more efficient culture techniques, the commercial production of Androdia cinnamomum is sufficiently increasing, and the industry requirements are almost fulfilled. And these studies, especially the advancement of the Androdia cinnamomum production, it significantly reduced the cost effective of the mushroom production, and also the natural and wild extraction of Androdia cinnamomum was completely stopped, because it is not only the development of these techniques, it is also partially by the forest policies which are created by the Taiwan Forestry Department. So these all together, these things completely cut down the wild extraction of Androdia cinnamomum, because when people extract Androdia cinnamomum from the wild, they also disturbing the nature or the host species called Cinnamon canihera, and sometimes people will cut the entire tree. This science and development, without a doubt, it is significantly reduced all the wild extraction of fruiting bodies of Androdia cinnamomum, and also people developed very easiest method to produce more Androdia cinnamomum, particularly mycelia. These mycelial products are more than 80%. It fulfilled all the requirements from the nutraceutical industries, also from the other research institutes we are dedicating to the research and development of Androdia cinnamomum. So yeah, so this is the story I want to share with you here in this conference. And if you have any questions, you can ask me right now.
I don't think that there is any questions.
Okay.
All right, so thank you very much. Okay, Assistant Professor Dr. KJ Sansil Kumar from National Chongqing University in Taiwan. Thank you very much for your knowledge about mushroom.
Oh.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and after this, we're going to go to another keynote speaker. We would like to present Professor Dr. Eldon R. Rainey from the Netherlands, and he's from Delft Institute of Water Education, DA Delft. All right, so this is ready now. So, Professor Dr. Eldon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course, Professor.
Okay, thank you
Your
so
signal
much
is
for.
excellent. Thank you. Please present.
Okay. Thank you so much for this nice introduction, and I'm really happy to give this talk to the third international conference on renewable energy, sustainable environmental and agricultural technologies. So the title of my talk is Hydrogen Sulfide Removal from Synthetic Biogas Using Anoxic Biofilm Reactors. So this is a work with my PhD student, Ms. Ramita, and it's a part of the work that is from the H2020 project that we are doing together with the University of Cassino in Italy, then Tampere University in Finland, and Paris East in France. So I will be presenting some of the key highlights of this experimental work that we did, wherein we have been developing different types of bioreactors for treating volatile pollutants, volatile organic as well as volatile inorganic pollutants. So in this specific study, I would be focusing more on hydrogen sulfide removal from the biogas, which most of you know that this hydrogen sulfide is an impurity that is present in biogas that is together with other compounds such as siloxane, water vapor, oxygen, and other compounds. So first I would go with the background and problem statement. Then I would divide the talk into 3 different sections, and then I would also highlight you some of the mathematical modeling work that we did, wherein we had applied artificial neural networks to model the system. And finally, I will also give you some perspectives. So concerning the introduction, as we all know, anaerobic digestion has been one of the well-known technologies for biogas production. But however, we have to understand that the efficiency of the biogas or the application of this biogas is rather limited because of the poisonous hydrogen sulfide that is present. So this hydrogen sulfide would reduce the calorific value of the fuel, and of course, it also has other implications, such as the possibility of corroding the pipeline at certain concentrations. So there is always a guideline for the levels of hydrogen sulfide to be present in the biogas for different applications. So for example, if you want to apply it for a combined heat and power generation unit, the concentration has to be less than 100 ppm. Okay, this 100 ppm, according to the World Health Organization, it is still toxic for human exposure. Okay, but when you look at the biogas the hydrogen sulfide concentration in the biogas, it can go from 0.5% to 2%, which means it is approximately 5,000 ppm to 20,000 ppm. Okay, when you convert percentage into the parts per million unit on a volume basis, then it's 5,000 ppm to 20,000 ppm. So you have to bring it down to 100 ppm or less than 16 ppm or 4 ppm if you want to inject into the natural gas grid. Okay, so there are different guidelines. So we go for different technologies, which includes chemical scrubbing. That is one of the very well-known technologies, and there is also adsorption-based technologies which you can use. But of course, for environmental-related applications or for small-scale applications, you don't have to spend too much of operational cost. So what we proposed is a biological technology for the removal of these sulfur compounds. So anaerobic sulfur oxidation is a well-known process. As you know, hydrogen sulfide is converted into sulfate. But anoxic sulfur oxidation. So you might ask me now, or you might wonder, why should we go for anaerobic or anoxic process? Because we have to understand that this is biogas and it has methane. So we want only the pure methane, and we don't need any oxygen inside because it might cause the explosion to the system. So it's always advisable that you go for an anaerobic route for removing hydrogen sulfide that is present in the biogas. So in our case, we thought of a completely different approach. We wanted to treat wastewater as well as the waste gas. So hydrogen sulfide is a waste gas in this case, and we therefore relied on electron donors and electron acceptor concepts, and we supplied nitrate as the electron acceptor, whereas the sulfur compound that we used served as the electron donor. So in some experiments of this research, we chose sulfur, but in the liquid form or in the gas form. So for choosing sulfur in its liquid form, we chose thiosulfate, that is S2O32-, whereas for gas phase, we chose hydrogen sulfide, H2S, in its gas form. And we used a sulfur oxidizing nitrate reducing bacteria, which has the ability to convert sulfur to sulfate, as well as to reduce the nitrate into nitrogen gas. Okay, so that was the approach that we followed. And the first part of the work was to compare a fluidized bed reactor, IFBR, with a moving bed bioreactor, which we call here as a MBBR unit. So the first thing I would also like to highlight to you is in wastewater treatment, you might have heard about the carbon to nitrogen ratio, or the COD to sulfate ratio, or the COD to nitrogen ratio when you have carbon or sulfur in the system. Okay, so these are all well known in this process, but when you have nitrogen and sulfur, then we play with the nitrogen to sulfur molar ratios. Okay, and here we can see that on the left side, you see a fluidized bed reactor. On the right side, you see the moving bed bioreactor. And in this case, we used for the fluidization to occur, we used granular activated carbon, which is of course a good adsorbent, and it also serves as a good material for attachment of microbial communities. Whereas in the case of a moving bed bioreactor, we took caldane, K1 carrier, which is a plastic material that freely floats, and it also serves as a media for microbial attachment. So this is the setup that we used. You can see that we have a peristaltic pump and as well as a recirculation pump to maintain the fluidization. And this is the schematic of a MBBR system, and you can see here it was fitted with a shaft that was stirring the system, because if we don't stir the system, the bed will never move and it will try to settle down. So we were continuously stirring the system, but not at very high RPM, but at very rather low RPM, so that we did not have any detachment of microbial communities. So you can see here that we had recirculation. Stirring was done at 65 RPM, and concerning the reactor flow type, because we have one was a column reactor, other was a continuous still tank reactor, so we were able to maintain a plug flow in the fluidized bed system, whereas a CSTR was maintained with a continuous stirred operation. So these are the operational conditions. The HRT was 5 hours. We maintained a pH of 7 approximately, and these reactors were operated for roughly around 300 days with different feed molar ratios of N/S. So you can see here that we changed the nitrate concentration, whereas maintaining the same thiosulfate concentration. So while changing the nitrate levels, we were able to maintain different N/S ratios. So this is really interesting, because in conventional systems where we change the carbon to nitrogen ratio, we of course find major difference in changes in the organic loading rate or the COD values. And at the same time, we also see enhanced methane production in some, for example, a USB reactor or other systems where, an anaerobic digester. Whereas in this case, we changed the N/S ratio from 0.5 then up to 0.1, and we found that the thiosulfate or nitrate removal was reasonably high in both the cases, maintaining at values greater than 80%. But of course, we had ups and downs. That is primarily because of sometimes we were not able to maintain the values very precisely because of recirculation and dilution in some cases. So that is something that we have to take care. But in such biological systems, in many cases, it's very difficult to maintain a steady state like what we see here, or even in the feed, you cannot maintain the very straight line. So there is always a minor fluctuation. So that's why we normally, even if the system has a quasi steady state, we do accept it as almost a steady state operation. But in any case, when we have successive values for 4 to 5 HRTs, then we assume that it is almost constant. So in the FBR and the MBBR, we did microbial community analysis, and we found that it contained Thiobacillus thioparus and Thiobacillus denitrificans. So this was with this 100% similarity, but during different periods of operation, we also had the heterotrophic denitrifying bacteria that also become somewhat dominant in the system. And we also have D-cell provat vibrio, which was also detected in the period 3 of operation. So you can see here that it was, even though in many cases with waste gas treatment systems or such complex waste waters with gas phase or with a gas phase and or liquid phase, or only with liquid phases with nitrogen as well as sulfur, it's very difficult to maintain a pure culture. But in many cases, at least the inoculated culture will remain dominant. But from an engineering perspective, as long as the performance is high and if the system is performing without any operational issues, I think it should not be a major concern. Okay, so now what we did, now we had 2 systems with attached growth, but now we went to an anoxic biotrickling filter. So in this biotrickling filter, we tested steady state operation as well as transient state operation, because these are some conditions that you can very easily encounter in a process industry. So in any process industry, the emission or the hydrogen sulfide emission or gaseous emission or waste gas emission is not constant. It changes depending upon the operational, the type of process that is going on in the industry, and it is also sometimes site or source specific. It depends on the type of process, the type of raw material used, the type of end product that is produced. So all this will change the waste gas composition and the waste gas characteristics. So in this case, what we did was we generated hydrogen sulfide. So hydrogen sulfide was generated by passing sulfuric acid and sodium sulfide at different proportions into a mixing chamber, and the generated hydrogen sulfide gas was passed to the biotrickling filter in an upflow mode. So in order to maintain the anoxic condition, we purged this mixing chamber with nitrogen so that you can maintain an oxygen-free environment within this biotrickling filter. And this biotrickling filter was packed with polyurethane foams. These are nothing but sponge materials. We made it in the form of cubes, and we packed this biotrickling filter. Whereas now, as we know, we need an electron donor and we need an electron acceptor. And in this case, we now passed nitrate. Again, it's the same type of operation with different N/S ratios that you see here. We also now passed nitrate here from this vessel. So it was pumped with the help of a peristaltic pump. But in this case, what we tried to do was, it was not in continuous mode. I think we passed it with a recirculation mode. And you can see here, this was the nitrogen source from 10 to 60 milligram of nitrogen per liter. And in this system, the microorganism or the biocatalyst was a Thiobacillus dominated biofilm that we took it from the MBBR reactor that I showed you in the previous results. So now in this phase of operation with a biotrickling filter, we did 5 phases of operation, and you can see here that with different operational time, we did different experiments at different H2S concentrations, different thiosulfate concentrations, different nitrate levels, so that we have N/S ratio. And at the end of the experiment, we also added a carbon source as acetate in order to see what was the behavior of the system. So the reaction becomes, as you can see here, the reaction becomes more complex when you have all this nitrate, carbonate, then you have hydrogen sulfide. And this is the formula of biomass. C5H7O2N is the formula of biomass. And as I had mentioned to you before, sulfate is the final product of hydrogen sulfide transformation, resulting also in the production of nitrogen gas. And these are the 5 sequences of operation that you can see here. in the case of hydrogen sulfide, with respect to different levels or different concentrations, we found that the removal efficiency varied between 100 to as low as 58% or 60%. So you can see here, depending upon the N/S ratio, the hydrogen sulfide removal was affected. But in the case of nitrate, although it reached around 85 to 90% within 18 days, we were able to maintain roughly around 80% or higher for nitrate removal. But and what we found was the excess feeding of nitrate was required because there was pure distribution of the trickling liquid. So now this is one of the biggest problem with any packed bed trickling filters, because sometimes you need to adjust this this shower or this medium in the top in order to maintain homogeneous distribution of the liquid. And because of biomass growth, you might have channeling or clogging issues, and you can also have gas holdup. Gas holdup results when you have all these vacant pocket zones where you will result in sometimes a negative removal efficiency. So it is very important that you also, when you operate such packed bed systems with column type of reactors, although we assume the plug flow can occur, but in many cases you will have a completely distorted flow resulting in channeling, and it's very important to monitor the pressure drop. In our case, whenever we found that there was a liquid holdup in the system, we just did some backwashing. Or in some cases, we had to take out the polyurethane foam material and we added new material, and then we tried to homogenize to make sure that we had proper distribution of liquid from the top. And what we also observed was increasing the concentration of hydrogen sulfide. It increased the mass transfer, and it also increased the hydrogen sulfide elimination capacity. And we observed a maximum of 19.2 gram of sulfur was removed. But you might now ask me, is this value very high? But from my experience, this value is not very high. It's rather at the low level, because aerobic systems can, of course, remove much higher hydrogen sulfide at elimination capacities going as high as 300 or 350 gram of sulfur per meter cube hour, which can be accomplished in biofilters and also conventional aerobic biotreating filters. And the addition of acetate, so that was the last phase, the fifth phase of operation, we found that there was competition between the nitrate and the carbon. So that is where we have, again, carbon to nitrogen ratio. So when you add all these acetate, and when you add nitrate, and when you have sulfur, we are now talking about 3 different species, and it's very difficult for some species to survive, whereas some might require dominant, some might become dominant, some might really lose its activity. So what we found was the addition of acetate during phase 5. It enhanced the heterotrophic bacteria in the system. But what we also found was there was many different types of new bacterium that was evolved in the system. And although some of those cultures, the Paracoccus species and Thiobacillus species from the previous steps, were also remained somewhat dominant. And now I would like to tell you, we also tested shock loading conditions or transient state operations. The reason for doing such kind of tests over a period of roughly around 80 days was, as I had mentioned to you, many waste gas treatment systems, they don't have a continuous supply of carbon or sulfur. So depending on the process, the waste gas composition and the flow rate will fluctuate. And in some process industries, it doesn't operate for 24 hours a day. They might have work in shifts with 8 hours a day. So what we tried to simulate here was, we wanted to do a 12-hour wet, 12-hour dry, 24-hour wet, 24-hour dry. Then we also wanted to optimize the liquid flow. So we did not want to supply it around the clock. We went for 1 hour of wet, 1 hour of dry. So these were all a kind of perturbation that we gave for the system. And we also tested shock loads. Shock loads means you have a normal concentration of a low concentration, and then you suddenly increase the load for some time, and then you reduce it. So in such a way, you can you can give different types of shocks to the bioreactor. So that is what we tried to do. And in the final step, what we also tried to do was we inoculated the bioreactor with a new species called Parococcus MAL1 MH19, and this was a species that was isolated from a hot spring in Thailand. And we took this microorganism, we added it to the bioreactor, and we also performed some tests for roughly around 15 days. And you can see some of the results here. It's very complex, but I would at least like to show you. This is what you see. The gas flow rate here. The liquid flow was for some time we maintained it. Then then there was a gap here. Then we increased it again. Then there was a gap. So this is what we call as intermittent flows of operation, and that corresponded to, as you can see here, different inlet sulfur concentration. And we also monitored the hydrogen sulfide removal efficiency. The red points are the hydrogen sulfide removals, and you can see here, depending upon the N/S ratio, the hydrogen sulfide concentration was really affected, and it went to as low as 38%. So you can see here that depending upon the flow conditions, depending upon the type of operations, you could have different behavior in the removal efficiency. And this is, of course, interesting, because once we know what is the highest elimination capacity of a system, or when we know when the reactor is failed, we can always identify the safe operating conditions of the reactor. So that is one of the advantage of doing such shock loading or intermittent operation test in the form of wet and dry cycles. Or you can also have a period of complete shutdown, means you don't pass the liquid, you don't pass the gas, and then you restart the reactor in order to see what is the microbial community shift, or how does the bioreactor really revives from its state of dormancy. Okay, so these are some of the tests that you can do, and this is the Parococcus strain that we isolated. We took from the Ma Um Long hot spring in Thailand, and we also did some different types of tests. And what we found out was, interestingly, we again did some experiments for 187 days. And I would like to show you that the system, of course, required acetate as the carbon source. But when we added this new microbial species, this biomass was more resilient. More resilient means even when we gave the inlet concentration as high as 4,000 ppmv, the removal efficiency did not decrease. Okay, the removal efficiencies were higher than 90%. So this means that inoculating the existing bioreactor with a species that is more resilient and more robust and more tolerant to hydrogen sulfide, it will, of course, revive the reactors, revive or yield very high performance of the system. So now, the interesting thing about this Parococcus mal from the MAL, from the hot spring, was this hot spring inherently has a lot of sulfide. It has a lot of sulfide, and the temperature in the hot spring is at the bottom is roughly around 80 to 90 degrees centigrade, whereas in the top of the hot spring, it's around 50 or 60 degrees centigrade. So we isolated different, around 26 different types of Parococcus species that was isolated, as well as different species that were also tolerant to different pollutants were isolated by the group that was in Chulalongkorn University. And one of the key features of this microorganism is you could also inoculate this microorganism as a original species in its pure form and test the ability of this microorganism to remove hydrogen sulfide as well as other pollutants. So this is a summary. What we found was, interestingly, the removal was 19.2, but in my opinion, this is from a biogas element, from removing hydrogen sulfide in the biogas, I think this is a reasonably good value. And what we did in the final step, we had a lot of experimental data, over different days of operation, we went for neural network modeling, where we tried a 3-layer topology with input layer, hidden layer, and an output layer, and we applied the backpropagation algorithm to predict the thiosulfate removal efficiency, the nitrate removal, and the sulfate that was produced. And we used very simple and easily measurable parameters like the pH, the DO levels. So the DO, that there was no basically there was no DO, but in anoxic reactors you always have very mild DO that is much lesser than 0.8 milligram per liter. So we gave the feed influent thiosulfate and influent nitrate as the inputs. So with the different trial and errors, we found that the predictive ability of the neural model was reasonably well, because you can see here that the neural network model cannot predict all the data points like the up values as well as the low values. It can only predict to a range that it sees it is a global optimum. Okay, so there are different internal network parameters that has to be monitored or trained. For example, the learning rate, the momentum term, the epoch size, and different parameters were all varied. And finally, we got some interesting results, and this is what we can see. So from an environmental engineering viewpoint, these predictive abilities are rather high, because the phenomenological models or the mathematical models will not be able to still predict all these values. So from an engineering viewpoint, I would say that this model or the neural network model can be integrated together with any bioreactor system, and you can quite intelligently control the system's performance. For example, pH is very easily monitored, so you can control the pH. And in many cases, if you have online sensors for measuring the concentrations, then you can also dilute, or you can purge with nitrogen, or you can do many type of manipulations in order to yield very high system performance. So this is something that is also very interesting. Once we do a neural network model, I also would like to advise that it's very important to do a sensitivity analysis, so that we know which of the input parameter affects each of the output parameter. So once you know that, you could also then pay more attention to pH or DO or the sulfur or nitrogen ratios. So from a future research perspective, I would also like to tell you that instead of operating different one-by-one reactors, you can also stack the reactors into one hybrid configuration, where you can have a fluidized bed reactor at the bottom, then you can have packed bed reactor at the top. Okay, so a single construction with multiple reactors in stages would also save space, and it would also help to achieve higher removal. The advantage of having such kind of reactors one over the other is you can have a different microbial culture here, you can have another microbial culture here, and you can maintain different packing materials, you can maintain different process conditions in different units, and you can treat multiple pollutants at the same time in one single column. Okay, so this is what I'm showing here. You can see sulfur and nitrogen removal, but as we had seen before, you can also remove carbon in the form of acetate. But acetate, in our case, it's not a waste material. But if you have other forms of waste or COD to be removed, you can also remove using such bioreactor configurations. Okay, so I would like to conclude that the moving bed bioreactor, or the MBBR, was much resilient to nitrate limitation. And in the anoxic biotrickling filter, we found that the even distribution and the retention time of nitrate through the packed bed are quite imperative for efficient hydrogen sulfide removal. And as I had also mentioned to you and shown to you, the anoxic bioreactor or the anoxic biofilter was quite resilient to all these shock loads. For example, we had the shock loads with no water supply, then no gas supply. So all this can be also handled quite easily with this bioreactor configuration. And the inoculation with the autotrophic denitrifying bacterium, the Paracoccus MAL, species from the hot spring also resulted in good removal of hydrogen sulfide nitrate and organic carbon from the waste stream. So with this, I would like to thank and extend my special thanks to the organizers of the third international conference for giving me this good opportunity to present our work. And thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I would be pleased to answer.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Eldon R. Rene from Delft Institute for Water Education, DA Delft, the Netherlands, for such a fruitful presentation. So the good news is we have the chair for this session with us right now. So please introduce, I would like to introduce Professor Keng Tung Woo from Taiwan, and he is going to be the chairperson of this session. So please welcome.
Thank you very much. Now, is there any question for the Professor Rene? No? All right, then we will welcome the next speaker, Professor Lucinia Maria Kona from the University of the Passo Fundo, Brazil. The title is the use of microalgae to influence variation and production of the bioethanol and the high added value products. Now the floor is yours, Professor Kola. Are you here? Professor Kola?
Doctor will have the video recorded for us, so
Okay.
please wait for a moment for the video. Okay, we have to thank you again for being the chairperson for this session. Okay, so is the video ready? So if you have any questions about the presentation, you can still leave the message in the chat box, and also you can ask the question after the presentation with our share session. Okay, so the video is ready. Okay, so please.
Hello to everybody, thanks for the invitation. I am Luciane Maria Cola, and I will present the speech use of microalgae to effluent post-treatment and production of bioethanol and high added value products. I work at the University of Passo Fundo that is located in the south of Brazil, and here I'm showing some pictures of our campus in this university. I coordinate the graduation program of Food Science and Technology and the Laboratory of Biochemistry and Bioprocess. I will start with some applications of microalgae biomass that could be used in the industry of food and pharmaceuticals with products as pigments, antioxidants, emulsifiers, antivirals, polyunsaturated fatty acids, and biopeptides. In the environmental applications, microalgae biomass could be used in the adsorption or biosorption of toxic metals, in the biofixation of CO2, and still in the bioremediation of effluents. The effluents could be used as nutrients in the cultivation of microalgae, and this biomass could be used to produce biofuels as bioethanol in the area of bioenergy. Still, we have applications in the agricultural area with the use of the biomass as biofertilizers. At the LabBio, Laboratory of Biochemistry and Bioprocess, we have some research topics in the cultivation, harvest, and biomass application of Spirulina platensis, of Syndesmus, and Chlorella. we have been working with these three genus of microalgae in these topics, and I will present some results of our studies. Here in the first research topic of cultivation, I'm presenting some of our studies, and we studied the influence of light availability and the harvest phase of spirulina in the composition of biomass, because we need to produce biomasses with high content of carbohydrates to produce bioethanol. So we performed the studies with stress conditions as one strategy to increase these carbohydrates concentrations in the biomass. The main results here is that we need to cultivate spirulina in stages. In the first stage, we cultivated spirulina in a media, in a culture media with high contents of nutrients, and after we decreased the content of nutrients, and we still varied the photo period and the light intensity to to produce more carbohydrate in the biomass cell. We still did studies with the use of residual fractions of whey protein in the cultivation media. So we added in the media concentrations of sugars to increase the carbohydrate concentration inside the biomass. Here we still are showing topics of cultivation, and we used effluent to perform the post-treatment of the effluent, and in the same time to produce biomass of microalgae. In this first work, I will present results for you, and it is a result of a doctorate thesis of Francisco Magro, and it was published in 2021. We still perform studies with media added of emergent pollutants, and we analyze the biomass and the use of these biomasses that could be produced. So we have this topic in our lab of using of agro-industrial or domestic silage in the cultures. Here, there is another topic, the harvest. We started studying coagulants and the electrocoagulation flotation in the harvesting of Spirulina platensis. And in this case, we showed that according to the coagulant that was used, we have some characteristics in the biomass that could decrease the efficiencies of the enzymatic hydrolysis of this biomass to production of bioethanol. So we started in the second paper that we are showing here, studies with the harvesting of the biomass of spirulina using bioflocculation. In this case, we produced fungal biomass. The fungi was Aspergillus niger using submerged fermentation. And this biomass of the fungi we used to perform the harvest of Spirulina platensis. And we showed that we can reach high efficiencies of harvesting, near to 99%. But in this case, we showed too that the biomass aggregated other biomass that was the fungi. So the applications of these biomasses that we produced must to be studied. Another research topic is the biomass application, and you can see here that we studied a lot the hydrolysis of the biomasses of microalgae generated. We studied the saccharification process and still the fermentation process to produce bioethanol. And we still produced another kind of biofuels as biomethane with the residual fractions of saccharification and fermentation, and some of these results I will present for you later. Here I am presenting some considerations about the effluent evaluation using microalgae. We know that microalgae could perform the photosynthesis and could use the CO2 present in atmospheric emissions, and together with the sunlight and macro and micronutrients present in wastewater plants, we can produce with this combination microalgae cells that inside they have proteins, carbohydrates, lipids that could be used to produce other bioproducts as biofuels, as food, as animal feed, and others. So the use of effluent is an interesting approach because we can do the reuse of water and nutrients and the effluent valorization. And this is in accordance with the circular bioeconomy and with the concept of biorefineries. Important questions in the use of effluent to microalgae cultivation that we studied is how is the effluent toxicity to microalgae? Which microalgae species can be used in the treatment of a specific kind of effluent? The effluent dilution is necessary. How to operate bioreactors in order to increase the use of effluent and still maintain the cell viability? We can operate the bioreactors in discontinuous fed batch mode, in semi-continuous mode. So we have to study to each kind of effluent that we want to use, how to operate these bioreactors. What is better, the use of consortia or the use of isolated species of microalgae? What is the pH, the chemical demand of oxygen, of the effluent, the nitrogen and phosphorus concentrations? How much and how to add the effluent so that the biochemical composition is adequate for the desired applications? Are there any native species of microalgae in the effluent? This is important too, because in the case of the effluent has any native species, this native species could be could grow in our cultivation and our microalgae will not grow. Here I will present the valorization of cattle effluent that we did. And in the first step of this study, we studied the proportion of each microalgae. We used spirulina and syndesmus, and we showed that the best proportion of each microalgae in the beginning of cultivation was 50-50%. And we used the Zahook media with a concentration of 20%. And an initial biomass concentrations of 0.15 grams per liter. In the second stage of this study, we used this consortia, 50-50% of spirulina and syndesmus, and we added in the cultivation media concentrations of cattle effluent of 10, 30, and 50%. Here I'm presenting some results, and we showed that the syndesmus or spirulina were able to grow with continuous addition of effluent, but only when we used the effluent sterilized. And we show here that we performed the increase of addition of effluent. We observed a decrease in the maximum cell concentration in the experiments. And when we used the effluent not sterilized, with the addition of 50% of effluent, the microalgae syndesmus didn't grow. And the same behavior was observed with the Spirulina platensis and with the consortia of spirulina and syndesmus. Here I am presenting the analysis of biomass, the biomass production, and we can see that the consumption of 50% and with the addition of 10% of effluent presented the same result of dry weight that we obtained with the biomasses with the microalga isolated, Syndesmus or spirulina, with the sterile effluent in this case. And with the non-sterile effluent, we showed that the consumption of 50% of Syndesmus and spirulina and 10% of effluent addition presented the high dry weight in this study. Regarding the productivity of carbohydrates, we observed that higher carbohydrates productivity was obtained with 100% of spirulina, with the spirulina isolated, and with 10% of effluent addition. And the consortia presented biomass with higher proteins productivity using 10% of effluent. With the non-sterile effluent, we observed that high productivities of carbohydrates or proteins were obtained with the consortia and with the addition of 10% of effluent. The removal efficiencies of removal of nitrogen, phosphorus or COD were obtained in the experiments with the effluent addition not sterilized and with the consortia, and these results are presented in the last lines of this big table. Regarding the removal of emergent pollutants of effluents by microalgae, we learned doing and review paper that the emergent pollutants could be removal of the effluents using adsorption, using many methods: adsorption, membrane separation, advanced oxidation process, and still using the bioremediation by microalgae. When we use microalgae bioremediation, the mechanisms are by adsorption, by accumulation, or by degradation, and it is important to know what is happening because this will influence the application of the biomass in the end of the cultivation. Here, I'm showing a study with an emergent pollutant. We use the 3 species of microalgae, Spirulina, Chlorella, and Syndesmus, and we performed experiments using the media Zahug, 50% to Spirulina, the Bristol modified to Chlorella, and the BG11 to Syndesmus obliquus. We added in the cultivation concentrations of 1 to 100 milligrams per liter of caffeine, acetyl salicylic acid, paracetamol, fluoxetine, and diazepam. And we observed the effects of these emergent pollutants in the maximum specific growth rate and in the production of biomass. The best results were used to produce biomass in a bigger scale, and this biomass we used in hydrolysis tests using enzymes, amylases, to perform the hydrolysis of the biomass of spirulina of the microalgae to produce bioethanol. The results of this study with emergent pollutants showed that acetyl salicylic acid and caffeine are less toxic than fluoxetine, paracetamol, and diazepam to all microalgae studied. Spirulina patensis was the less resistant. Syndesmus obliquus was the most resistant. Spirulina patensis and Chlorella atmosphere accumulated more carbohydrates, and Syndesmus obliquus accumulated more proteins. And in the hydrolysis test of the biomass cultivated with acetylsalicylic acid and caffeine, the efficiencies were similar to the controls. Important questions that we think that is important to be solved in this area of using of microalgae to perform the removal of contaminants. What is the secondary metabolites generated and what is the toxicity? The mineralization is possible of these emergent contaminants. If the contaminant gets absorbed in the biomass, what is the impact on the later use of such biomass? In the case of the production of bioethanol or biofertilizer of biogas, this fermentation process could eliminate the contaminants that became trapped in the biomass. We have to solve to answer these questions. Here I'm showing a fluxogram of the production of bioethanol using microalgae. So the microalgae must be cultivated with in media that allows the accumulation of carbohydrates. So this microalgae will be dried, and we have to perform the hydrolysis or the pretreatment of this biomass to release sugars that could be fermented by the yeast. Some species of microalgae could present in this in their cell wall sugars that are not fermentable. So we will have to screen for species of yeasts that could perform the fermentation of these sugars, mainly pentoses. So it's important in the case of use microalgae to production of bioethanol to perform the hydrolysis of the biomass. And before the hydrolysis, in some cases, we will need to perform some pretreatment. That could be a chemical, physical, or enzymatic pretreatment. Here I am presenting a study that we did. We studied the pretreatment using ultrasound, using the gelatinization, using autoclaving, or freezing and thawing, followed by gelatinization. And we used, in this case, the microalgae Spirulina platensis. After the pretreatment, here we are showing that the best pretreatment was the freezing and thawing, followed by gelatinization. And after this, we used the biomass to hydrolysis, and we used commercial amylases and amyloglucosidases to perform the saccharification. These enzymes were used free or immobilized in polyurethane foam, and we used 1% of this immobilized. The results showed that we reached 83% of hydrolysis efficiency using 1% of immobilized enzymes. And it is important to determine in the case of the use of these enzymes the optimal temperature and pH of these enzymes, because they are commonly used to perform the hydrolysis of starch, not microalgae. So commercial enzymes need to be tested before according to the best temperatures and pHs. We showed in this study that demobilization is important, but the use of polyurethane foam was not good, didn't present a good result in the case of the reuse of the enzymes. In the case of use of alternative methods to perform the harvesting, here we need to talk that the other biomasses are inserted, and this will require other pretreatments. So I showed for you before this paper that we produced with the bioflocculation using fungi, but now we are studying pretreatments and enzymes to perform the hydrolysis of this biomass. Here I present for you a case of study of production of bioethanol plus biomethane. So we used Spirulina platensis, we performed saccharification and fermentation, and we used the residual fractions of saccharification and fermentation to produce biomethane. We showed that when we produce bioethanol using 1 kilogram of Spirulina platensis with 43% of carbohydrates, we produced about 4.6 kilojoules, 1,000 kilojoules of energy. With the residue of saccharification and fermentation, we can produce more 8 and 1,000 kilojoules of energy, totalizing about 14 kilojoules of 1,000 kilojoules of energy. And when we used the biomass, the whole biomass to produce biomethane directly, we can obtain about 16,000 kilojoules of energy. So we showed that the production of bioethanol and with the residuals, the production of biomethane produced less energy than the production of biomethane directly with the whole biomass. But we consider it important to produce bioethanol because it's a different kind of biofuel that has many applications different than biomethane. Regarding the production of biofertilizers, we are now with work at the laboratory that will produce biomass of microalgae using whey in the production, and after we will use the biomass of microalgae to produce different kind of biofertilizers, and we will apply these biofertilizers, this biomass or extracts of the biomass in the soil or in the plants to know how was the behavior of this biofertilizer of microalgae. Here I am presenting a study that we performed, for example, of production of high added value products, and we performed the saccharification and fermentation of spirulina and cornstarch. In this case, the use of spirulina biomass was to present in the media, in the cultivation media, nutrients to be used for the yeast, and the amylaceous nutrient was added in the media by cornstarch. We performed the fermentation, the production of bioethanol, and with the residual, we didn't produce biomethane, but we produced biopeptides that presented antioxidant activities. We still work in the area of purification of proteins of microalgae because these proteins could present techno-functional properties as oil and water absorption, capacities, emulsification, and foam formation. And these applications, these properties are very important in the area of food science and technology. So we perform some studies about this. Here I am presenting the team Labil. I would like to thank this team. All of them were very important for the accomplishment of the works that I presented to you. I also thank the funding agencies and the partners, and thanks for your attention. Here I am presenting my contact. If you have any questions, I am available to answer you via email. These two emails could be used. Thanks for the organizers for the invitation. My wish is of a good event and health for everybody. Bye-bye. Hello to everybody. Thanks for the invitation. I am Luciane Maria Cola and I will present the speech use of microalgae.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kolat. And I think because this is a video recording, so if you have any question, you can contact Professor Kola or leave the message in the chat box. And next presentation, we are the speaker is Professor Rajesh from Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvala, right? From the Indian. The topic is bioenergy and biochemical production by integrated resources biorefinery. Professor Rajesh, the floor is yours.
So, sir, can you please tell me my slide is visible?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, good morning to all. My topic here I am going to present is lignocellulosic biorefinery. So, I am Dr. J. Rajesh Bhanu, working as Associate Professor in Central University of Tamil Nadu, India. Okay. So, with that introduction, I will go to my topic. So, first we are going to see the little introduction about the lignocellulosic material. Okay, when it comes in the form of market, mainly it comes from three important areas, this lignocellulosic material. Rural. Okay, from the rural area, it comes from agriculture, forestry, and livestock. Okay, say for example, in agriculture means the rice straw and the left out residue, rice barren, can be a good substrate for biofuel production as well as biorefinery purposes. Similarly, in case of livestock, from poultry, the waste material, cow dung, chicken poultry, that can be used as a raw material for biorefinery purposes. Then in case of urban, in urban population, we emit from our household generate lot of waste material, and that waste material contain good amount of lignocellulosic content that can be used for biorefinery purposes. Then in the industrial sector, mainly it comes from agri and food based industries as well as cellulose based industries like paper. Okay, so this paper mill waste material that can be used as a substrate for in biorefinery. Okay, in general, the lignocellulosic material is having three important components, namely cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. Okay, among the three, the rest, the lignin is little recalcitrant in nature. The other two can be biodegradable. Okay, see, when you see the table here, they grouped on the basis of the composition cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. Okay, in this study, we are focusing on biorefinery of agricultural waste material. Okay, so among the four different types, if you can see the lignin content of this waste in agricultural waste, it will be ranging from 8 to 25. Okay, so why we are concentrating on lignin is, lignin, as I said, lignin is a recalcitrant component that will interfere during fermentation that may bring down the biofuel production. Okay, the last category is wood. Even though it is having a good amount of cellulose and hemicellulose, for biorefinery purposes, it is very difficult to start it with this hardwood because it contains too much amount of lignin. Okay. Now, our study focuses on agricultural residue. This picture shows how much amount of agricultural residues produced throughout the world. Okay, so in the case of India, India is an agricultural based country. Okay, it will produce an agricultural residue of 653 metric ton of agricultural waste per year. Okay, out of which 400 metric ton per year will be used as a biofuel production. Mainly in case of India, they directly ban. Okay, that may result in the release of CO2 that is responsible for global warming. Okay, so even though it is most of the part of agricultural residue is employed for biofuel production, there is no scientific mechanism behind it. As a result, it emits lot of greenhouse gases. Okay, so for other product recovery, nearly 142 metric ton of this agricultural residue will be used. Okay. So this is the scenario of the world. So with that background, now we will move on to the next slide. Here we proposed to start the biorefinery from agricultural residue, mainly in the agricultural field. After they harvest the left out material, they simply ban. In India, they simply ban. So this may create a lot of air pollution. So our team thought, why don't we use this lignocellulosic biomass for biofuel production? And after discussion with the team members involved in the project work, we have come to this biorefinery pathway. And this scheme is funded by Department of Biotechnology under Mission Innovation Project, and different countries are involved in this project. What we planned is, we collected the lignocellulosic biomass residue from agricultural field, then we removed lignin and cellulose and hemicellulose material. The technique we introduced is phase separation. That means we selectively removed lignin in the first step using disperser and ultrasonication. To aid the process of removing lignin, along with the disperser and ultrasonication, we used hydrogen peroxide as well as surfactant. Once the lignin is removed, that was utilized as a substrate for bioplastic production, that is polyhydroxyalkylate. On the other part, once the lignin is removed, the cellulose and hemicellulose rich material will be liquefied with the help of biological pretreatment agent, namely cellulose secreting bacteria. Then we liquefied it. Then we give it as a feed for two-stage fermentation system. In the first stage, it was planned to harvest hydrogen, and in the second stage, it is planned to harvest methane. And finally, the digested thing will be planned to use as a fertilizer. This is the scheme of the biorefinery. So before we start the experiment, we had a doubt that the presence of lignin will interfere with fermentation. For that, a knowledge we have generated in our previous study, where we studied effect of lignin on the biodegradability of the fermentation system. Here what we do is, okay, we solubilized lignin from lignocellulosic biomass at a different liquefaction rate, namely 20, 25, 30, 35 and 40%, and subject that content into biomethane production potential in BMP assay, and we got the value. From the value, we modeled it, and from the model, we arrived biodegradability value. Okay. As a result, when we plot the value, the interesting result is obtained. See here, the control is less biodegradable in nature. When we remove lignin selectively, its biodegradability is increased tremendously. So when we further improve its liquefaction from 20 to 25, there is a linear increment. Then 25 to 30, still there is a linear increment in biodegradability. However, when we increase the liquefaction from 30 to 35%, that means there is a reduction in biodegradability, which clearly indicate that presence of lignin above certain point, okay, that is presence of lignin above 4 milligram per liter in the fermentation liquid system capable of decreasing biodegradability. So from our previous experience, we gained that lignin should be removed before it is subjected to biofuel production. Okay, that was published in Bioresource Technology. Okay, so from the experience and from discussing with the partners, as well as when we study the literature, we found out that there are various pre-treatment techniques available to remove lignin from the lignocellulosic biomass, which include chemical, bacterial, dispenser, ultrasonication, organosolvent, steam explosion, homogenizer, and lignoboast technology. Among the technology, we used disperser, ultrasonication, and homogenizer. Okay, we used these three technology to selectively to remove the lignin. However, when we used ultrasonication, in the energy point of view, it consumed a lot of energy to remove the lignin. So we thought of combining it with chemical. So we used hydrogen peroxide and surfactant. As a result, we economically removed the lignin in the supernatant. See, we selectively removed it in the lignin in the supernatant, and from that, from the literature, we found that this can be used as a substrate for PHA production. So from that, we concluded that lignin should be selectively removed to improve the biodegradability of the substrate, and lignin can be used as a substrate for PHA. So this is our graphically illustrated our work. This is the rice straw. It is having lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose. We used disperser. When we used disperser, the outer covering lignin was selectively removed and it was recovered in the supernatant. This is the experimental setup we used. This is the laboratory disperser, and to remove lignin, we worked it with different RPM. So this plot shows the effect of specific energy input on lignin solubilization. Okay, say for example, this is 5,443 kilowatt means this was run at a minimum RPM. When we increase the RPM up to a certain RPM, the removal of lignin will be linear in nature. When we keep on improving its RPM, okay, only the amount of input energy spent increases, but there is not much lignin solubilization will occur. Okay, so after that, we conduct experiment to further reduce the amount of input energy required for the removal of lignin. This how we achieved is through biomass to water ratio. We keep on increasing biomass amount in the liquid, or we reduce the amount of water in the biomass. So when we studied lignin removal at different water ratio, okay, nearly at the water ratio, that is 0.04 water ratio, we achieved maximum lignin removal of 68%. Okay, and also see when we thicken the substrate, the energy decreases. Okay, so but when you keep on thickening, what will happen? The efficiency goes down. So we optimized at the biomass ratio of 0.04 weight per volume. Okay. So that energy still is a very big amount of energy. So in order to reduce the energy further, what we thought to if we add chemical like oxide and hydrogen peroxide, okay, in a mild dosage, it may aid disperser or ultrasonication to improve the delignification property. Okay, as expected, okay, it reduced the time that required for disperser. So this leads to saving of tremendous amount of energy. Okay, so at a dosage of 0.025 gram per gram, we have achieved optimum delignification. Okay, here when we plotted the specific energy to the maximum extractable lignin level, okay, at a specific energy of 60, okay, we can get good amount of lignin removal. When we increase the energy further, what happens? The solubilization of cellulose and hemicellulose resulted. So we stopped the experiment at 60 kilojoules per kg of rice straw. Okay. Finally, we plotted or we pooled the result. What happened is, see here, in case of combined pre-treatment, it is capable of extracting more amount of soluble lignin. Okay, from that it is very clear that adding of hydrogen peroxide, okay, not only increase the amount of lignin that is removed from lignocellulosic biomass, but also it decreased the amount of specific energy required for bacterial pre-treatment. And see, this one was published in the journal Green Chemistry in the year 2020. Okay. So to remove the lignin, as in the previous slide I informed, we also tried with ultrasonication technology. Okay, in case of ultrasonication, we achieved nearly like that of disperser. We achieved little higher amount of delignification. This is due to the property of ultrasonication, which capable of removing good amount of lignin. Okay, this result was published in Sustainable Energy Fuels. After delignification, okay, it was subjected to bacterial pre-treatment. Then finally, we obtained the biofuel. Okay, so now we have separated lignin from the lignocellulosic biomass by means of disperser and ultrasonication mediated phase separated pre-treatment. Now, as suggested by our team, we thought, why don't we use this lignin for biopolymer production, that is PHA. So we went for isolating the bacteria that is responsible for accumulating the PHA. For that, we screened nearly 40 different types of bacteria, which is isolated from different environment. Okay, we isolated 40 different bacteria. Then we screened it for PHA accumulation inside it. Okay, that will be done by two methods. The first one is Sudan black. Okay, in the Sudan black, we removed or we neglected some of the bacteria which cannot be able to take the stains of Sudan black, which appear as black granules. Okay, so these are all the positive bacteria having a dark granules that can be visible. That means this bacteria is capable of producing PHA. Then it was subject to secondary screening, where we dye it with Nile blue, and after dyeing it with Nile blue, we exposed it to the UV. Okay, if the bacteria is capable of accumulating more amount of PHA, see, this bacteria is eliminating. Okay, this PHA bacteria is eliminating. That means this bacteria is capable of accumulating PHA. So out of 50 bacteria, through this initial screening method, we have selected 7 different bacteria. Then to find its efficiency on lignin utilization, okay, we did experiment. Okay, that is, we plated the bacteria in mineral salt agar medium with carbon source as lignin. So see here in the result, out of the 7 bacteria, the bacteria number 2, that is PHA bacteria 2, it produced bigger size of zone of clearance. That means among the 7, this one is utilizing lignin very efficiently, and we analyzed its nucleotide homology and phylogenetic analysis, and the PHA2 is efficient, and the name of the bacteria is Bacillus cereus. It is showing high similarity with Bacillus cereus. Okay, like that we identified the rest of the bacteria and use it for PHA production. Okay, so in the previous slide we have isolated 4 different efficient strain. Among that, we used the strain number 2, that is Bacillus cereus, for bioplastic production. Okay, what we did is to study the influence of lignin on biopolymer production. Okay, we diluted the lignin at different concentration and carried out the experiment. We diluted to 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, and 100%. Okay, so among the different concentration, the PHA yield in form of dry weight basis, okay, the 40% concentration is capable of producing more amount of PHA yield. Okay, however, when we increase the lignin concentration, what happens is the biopolymer yield is decreased. Okay, this is the PHA yield we got it. Be simple dry weight basis, we extract by means of solvent and weight on dry weight basis. Finally, with the help of FDIR, we confirm that the produced is bioplastic, which is polyhydroxyalkylate. Okay, now the left out material is cellulose, and so if you want to subject this cellulose and hemicellulose for fermentation process, it has to be liquefied. In the literature, there are several available methods to liquefy the cellulose and hemicellulose method. Among that, in chemical, acid alkaline, physical, thermal and microwave, mechanical, sonication and disperser, and in biological, enzymes and bacteria. So among the 4 different methods, when you taken into account of energy point of view, this biological method is more suitable, okay, because it consumes less amount of energy. Okay, the purpose of liquefaction is to accelerate the solubilization as well as to decrease the HRT of the reactor, so that we can achieve the reaction in quick period of time. Okay, so in our experience, we have isolated different microorganisms like protease, amylase, cellulase, biosurfactant, lysozyme, and delignifying microorganisms from different sources. Okay. This was published in different papers. So among that, in this study, we used cellulose secreting microorganisms, which is isolated from carboxymethyl cellulose agar, which is a selective media capable of isolating only cellulose secreting bacteria. And the source we used is the microorganism is isolated from the secondary settling tank of paper mill sludge, okay, which is functioning in a activated sludge mode. So we isolated the cellulose secreting bacteria, okay. This cellulose secreting bacteria is used to liquefy the cellulose and hemicellulose fraction of the biomass, okay. So what we did is we carried out the experiment in 1 liter conical flask. We took this cellulose rich substrate and we aseptically added these microorganisms, and we left it for nearly 70 hours in an incubator shaker. During that period, these bacteria secrete enzyme and which capable of liquefying the cellulose material. That will be evident from the table here. Okay, these are all the soluble components. Okay, what happens here? See here, this is the soluble chemical oxygen demand. It is a measure of organic content. See the organic content, it slowly increases over a period of time up to the time of 24 hours. Okay, there is a increment in soluble organics. After that, there is a decrease. So among the different samples subjected for liquefaction, that is control bacteria and delignified bacteria, this delignifying bacteria produce more amount of soluble organics. Say for example, in case of control, at the optimum condition, it produces only 1200 milligram per liter of organics. The same in case of control with bacteria, it only produced 9000 COD, whereas when you delignify, it enhanced the organic concentration nearly double that time. Okay, that is, see here, it can be clearly visible. Control very less, only bacteria little bit greater, but see when you apply delignified biomass for bacterial pretreatment, it attained the greatest level of solubilization. So finally, all the experimental results are graphically piled here. Rice straw, we with the help of disperser, we phase separated, we removed lignin. Okay, so the optimum condition for it 0.0 weight per volume, and the specific energy input is 114 kilojoules per kg of TS. Okay, so like that, for biological pretreatment, we optimized and we subject it to methane, where we get a result in this, where we get the result here. Okay, for biomethane purposes, we used BMP test. Okay, that is biomethane potential test. Okay, so what we did is the liquefied cellulose and hemicellulose sample is taken in the BMP reactor, and inoculum from the active laboratory scale reactor will be put into the reactor, and the headspace is made out of headspace will be removed from oxygen by means of spurging the nitrogen gas, and we leave the material in the shaker incubator for 30 days, and we recorded the daily biogas production here. So from that we modeled, and from the model we can obtain the result. See here, in case of delignified substrate, we get a good amount of biodegradability. That indirectly tells you this lignin removal effectively improved the biogas production. Okay, so as we planned in the earlier stage, Okay, if we go for hydrogen production, we also estimate the VFA concentration that can be either taken out as a valuable product, or it can be again pumped into methanogenic reactor to accelerate the process. So finally, we did mass and energy and economic analysis that taken into account of total input energy and total output energy. Okay, the total input energy include the energy required for bacterial culturing, energy required for delignification, okay, then energy required for pumping. Okay, here we arrived from the laboratory scale, we arrived a model calculation for 100 kg of rice straw. Okay, from that it is clearly evident that, so in case of delignifying bacteria, see the net energy will be positive, and it is nearly 5 times greater than here. See the graph here, it produced 5 times greater energy, as well as one of the main important ratio of the significance of the work is, with the help of that we can achieve a cost benefit ratio greater than 1. That means this work can be scalable. So this is the energy balance analysis that includes calculation of all input energy into the energy value. Here also the same one, this one is for ultrasonic. So finally, in the final step, out of the result we got, it is planned to we plan to propose a pilot plan for the agricultural residue. So this is the plan we submitted to DPD, and we got that, and maybe in the next year this will be installed in our university. So I think I can present in the next year, and in the future I can get the data out of the pilot plan that makes this work feasible and more attractive. So this is the team involved in the work. So expert from the previous speaker like Elton Green, and one of the main organizer of the conference, Dr. Gopala Krishnan, and experts from around the world involved in this project. And we successfully completed this one. Maybe with the help of pilot plan, I hope we will get a good result out of it. So when I conclude this study, a higher delignification of 72% was achieved in this study via disperser and ultrasonication. And the deep lignification enhanced the pretreatment of rice straw biomass, achieving greater COD solubilization and biofuel production. And phase separation shows considerable energy saving. As a result, we can able to get energy efficient biofuel production. And another important aspect is the removed lignin we have used for the production of the biopolymer. With that, I will wind up my presentation. If there is any questions, please, I will wait online, please ask. Otherwise, please contact me in my email ID, that is rajcs@gmail.com. I thank you for the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my finding. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rajesh. Due to the time limitation, so if you have any question to Professor Rajesh, please leave your message in the chat box or email to Professor Rajesh. Thank you again. And next presentation will be the Professor Pichota, right? From Poland. He is from GP Chem Laboratory, and his title is Cryogenic Technology for Biogas Upgrading to the Biomethane Qualities. Please, Professor Pichota, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Do you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. One moment. One moment, because I have some problem. Okay. I cannot to upload my presentation. I don't know what's wrong. One moment. Well, something is wrong. I don't know.
In the button, you can share your screen.
Yes.
In the button, yes.
Yes, I know about it, but something is wrong with the Mac, because I'm working in the Mac environment, and he could to do that. I don't know why. One moment. So previous it was working, but now I don't know why he couldn't to do that. One moment. Okay. Now should be okay. One moment. So does it work?
Yep. Yes. Yeah. Sure.
Do you see the presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you, the committee, for the invitation for this international conference on renewable energy, sustainable environment, and agriculture technologies. And I would like to good afternoon to Thailand and good morning to Europe. So my presentation will be about the cryogenic condensation of biogas in upgrading process to biomethane quality. And I would like to focus the special importance of the volatile metal siloxanes. For myself, I'm a director and the owner of the GP Chem Laboratory of Biogas Research Analysis, which is held in Toruń in Poland. So I would like to give you the order of the presentation that will be general biomethane overview about in the context of the Poland projects and in the context to European Union. Second is a biogas contaminants and its determination. So I would like to touch the practice concern of the biogas utilization and its upgrading to biomethane quality. Next step will be the siloxanes in biogas. These contaminants are really harm for the systems, piping systems, membrane system technology. And we would like to show you some experimental data about the sampling and determination of this specific components in biogas, in the stream of biogas in two different ways. First one is in the laboratory scale. The second one is on the real object. So it is completely different data. More, I would like to show you the cryogenic condensation system. How does it work and how it's built? The process efficiency for the upgrading of the biogas to biomethane quality with the removal of the some important contaminants which had effect on the system, biomethane upgrading system working. There's the process efficiency, and I would like to show you the differences between the biogas, raw biogas, pre-cleaned biogas, and the biomethane quality, and some requirements which are held for the biomethane technologies limitations and which are in respect to the national grid system requirements. And finally, I would like to listen your question. What is a biomethane overview? The biogas is upgraded to biomethane on the two major systems. First one is membrane system and membrane technology, which could be offered, for example, the DMTT, it's the Netherlands technology group, or scrubbing process, which the CA4 and carbon dioxide is separated during the flow between the system. The composition of biomethane that could be pumped into the national grid or could be used in the CHP units, for example, is the composition must be more than 99.8% of pure methane. The rest is CO2. Now in the European Union is developed more than 2,500 biomethane projects, which is open and built because the new directive RED 2 and forthcoming RED 3 says about the biogas could be pumped in national grid and European gas grid on the territory of European Union, and more. In Poland is now open about the 70 projects with, which are involved in biomethane, but this directive is strictly noticed some needing to online controlling of biomethane quality before it will be pumped into the national grids. So these requirements had some limitations of the some contents of contaminants in the source of biomethane. And I would like to show you that the initial pretreatment of biogas, so how could be remove the water and other contaminants in shape of volatile organic compounds, halogenated, H2S, ammonia, siloxanes, and water to achieve high effective upgrading process. The membrane overview, membrane separation, it's for my, in my research, we use the membrane separation when the raw biogas is coming through the membrane system and the CO2, H2,4 is separated, the H2,4 is collected, so CO2 is first of all pumped into the air. One membrane flow could be in the lab scale. We receive maximum capacity for the flow during the system, the 100 meters per hour. For real operation, we can achieve up to 1,500 cubic meter per hour. And the efficiency of the process is higher than 99.5% for receiving the pure CH4. If we have a high flows and we have a bigger volume of the biogas, more than 1,500, we can multiply the units, the upgraded units, and we have to build the rescale the system for pre-cleaning of biogas. On this plan, we can see the biomethane requirements that could be injected to national grids, particularly in the context of European Union and Poland. I would like to show you some experimental data that was obtained in our laboratory, and we analyzed biogas which was coming from different sources. It was landfill gas, was wastewater treatment plant gas, and biogas which was produced in the agriculture process. And our biogas is analyzed on the first column that we can see that we receive relatively high the methane number, that is 100, almost 150, and relative low density 0.87. The concentration of biogas was not up to 52. We received the total sulfur in the as a milligram per normal cubic meter in the value of 92.3 milligrams per normal cubic meter. Why it is a practice? Because the manufacturers of the membranes and manufacturers of the CHP units that can utilize the biomethane and biogas had a strict limitation that what the parameter of biogas cleaning could be forwarded to the system. So the biomethane theoretical analyzed and biogas upgraded, we can see that the biomethane from this biogas coming from the agriculture process is 97.4% volume to volume percent. So it's a relatively high of oxygen and relatively high the content of hydrogen. What we could notice? The notice is about the dew point, because on the if you would like to pump it into national grid, the dew point in the percent should be less than 20%. We don't receive so high, so low value because in the laboratory scale we cannot had a so frequent changing the first pre-cleaning system. I would like to introduce you a little bit later during this presentation. You can notice that European Union standards are really pure because the European biogas could be characterized mostly with the relatively high content of the methane and relatively high content of the siloxanes that we could determine. Polish standards, I would like to mix all of standards dedicated for landfill gas, agriculture and wastewater treatment plants, and this range of the value is set in the last row. Biogas contaminants as a barrier to practice biomethane upgrading. Why? Because the raw biogas has in their composition siloxanes and volatile organic compounds, which can effectively damage the system. The minor are halogenated, H2S and NH3, so it's called ammonium. Siloxanes in different type of biogas. We analyzed 3 types of biogas and we would like to extract some types of siloxanes, which could be defined as L2, L3, L4, and the cyclic form D3, D4, D5, and D6. Moreover, we would like to determine the 3-methylsilanol in our experiment, but we know that 3-methylsilanol is very good soluble in water. So in the practice content, when we have a really saturated by water biogas, it's really hard to determine it in this environment. So first of all, we would like to remove the water and start to detect and determine all siloxanes are presented here. And in the water, in this lecitate which we receive from the drying of biogas, we would like to determine the 3-methylsilanol, and we would like to define all of them about their properties. How siloxanes looks? Siloxanes have their back, which is a component of oxygen and silicon, and on the finish, and which to the silicon compounds, silicon atom are connected, are bonded with the methane group. And we have 2 main parts of this silicon compounds, volatile silicon compounds, which are volatile in the normal temperature room temperature, and are defined as is presented. The main problem, which is touch, the siloxane can oxidize to SeO2 to glass, and it leads to formation the thin barrier of glass inside the systems, and it could be converted to SeO2 and block the flow of biogas during the system, particularly where we have to warm up the biogas before we forward it to the membrane upgrading. So what could we do to determine siloxanes and how to prepare the good sampling? For example, I would like to show you the landfill biogas, because landfill biogas has a really complex matrix. We have more than 300 types of components, compounds, organic compounds and inorganic compounds that we can observe on the chromatogram plot. So we have 3 ways that we can do that. So first time is a Tedlar bag, which is shown on the top of this slide, and we can to do that directly without any additional steps. The second one is impinger, which with the organic solvent is inside. And third one is adsorbent tubes. The adsorbent tubes could be divided on the two ways. First one is really most used in the scientific community, is based on the active carbon. So closely detailed, described type of this adsorbent. And second one is a polymeric one. All of them led to we could to determine the siloxanes. For our research, we noticed that the best way and which ensured the big recovery siloxanes from each spice of siloxane from the mainstream of biogas, we should use the impinger method, but we couldn't use the only one or two, where is the main and control. We need to build some train of sampling, which is presented. So we have a raw biogas, and four impingers which are dipped in the ice water with liquid in shape of the organic solvent that you can see below. In the first impinger, we would like to dry the biogas from the water, and this component was used. In the next one, second, third, and third impinger, we would like to use the different order of the organic solvent, and we would like to check which order is the best for the absorption, the best amount of the siloxanes. What more, when we trap the biogas, when we trap the siloxanes from the biogas, we would like to determine it, and we do that by the chromatographic analysis. And we tested two ways. First of all, is a high-resolution gas chromatography with the couplet with the flame ionization detector, and second one is high-resolution gas chromatography, which was when the mass spectrometry was involved. Absolutely the best way is mass spectrometry. So you can see in the table below, you can see the GCMS quantitative and qualitative fragments, which were recognized as the best for the determination, and GCMS retention times. On the right side, I tried to draw our system, which is involved in a thermal desorption unit and Agilent technology chromatograph with the special column parameters on the Carbovax column, super polarity capillary column with the parameters that you can see. What more? We try to determine all 7 siloxanes, and we use 4 different sampling methods, which could be more effective and easy, robust for the using on the real object. So we use impinger, micro impinger with the scale 1 to 10, sampling tube with the adsorption material in shape of the detailed described active carbon, and direct, so in shape of the Tedlar bag. So what we can see, the best results, and we would like to determine all species of siloxanes in practically in all types of biogas in different organic solvent, was possible when the impinger, full-scale impinger, was applied. On the second place was the micro impinger, and it was not accuracy rescale. So if we had a 10 times less, 10 times smaller micro impinger, it was not equivalent that we have a 10 smaller results when we use this type of the sampling. Sampling tube with the using of active carbon allows to determine siloxanes in treatment gas and in the landfill. But we have to notice that in the landfill, the spices of biogas are all of them that we could have. When we use the sampling with the Tedlar bag direct from the biogas stream, we do not results that we could observe all spices in our system. Siloxanes in biogas are danger. Yes, are danger, and why? So on the left, you can see the small pieces of the SeO2, which could be forwarded for SIM EDX analysis when we could define by the laser the types of atoms that is consisted of. So we can see that this material is mainly made of silicon and oxygen in the proportion almost in scale almost in ratio to 1 to 2, and we can see that it closely responds with the SeO2, so microcrystalline glass. On the right side, you can see the glass-like deposit on the heater. When we have a membrane system for the separator of the biomethane and carbon dioxide, sometimes the unit needs to be warmed up. So we install some heat exchanger that can warm up the biogas. That could be easier forwarded for upgrading process. And on the left side, we can see the new one heat exchanger. On the right one, we can see this operated on the biogas. We had more than 100 milligrams siloxanes per cubic meter. It's completely covered by the SeO2 deposit. So it is really practice and useful to reduce the contaminants before forwarding the biogas to upgradation systems. Cryogenic condensation system, the scheme lab scale and real scale. I would like to show you the technical scheme of installation, how we do it, how we arrange it on the site. So first of all was we had 3 sampling points, which was located in the first part of our installation when the biogas is raw. Second one was the typical system for the water and TMS, trimethylsilanol removal, when we have the warmed up and rapidly is cooling down, that we have to rapidly decrease the dew point and the water is condensed. Then we have, after that, we have the second point, B. Then we forward our, first of all, clean the biogas on the CTCS column. CTCS is a cryogenic technology condensation system columns, which is made of 2 cryogenic columns. And after that, we have a sampling point to check the real effectiveness of our efforts. How the cryogenic condensation system is made of. So on the left, right, you can see the detailed construction of the cryogenic temperature condensation system column, which is made of 2 columns, which are external and internal parts. So the biogas is going through the internal parts, and in the circle of them, we have a refrigerant, which could keep the really low temperature up to -55 Celsius degrees. It is the lab scale that the diameters, the dimensions of our column as the length of 85 centimeters, and the diameters inner is 45 millimeters and outer is 60. In the internal part, we could receive the temperature maximum -50 degrees Celsius in internal. In external, which is the main, this is responsible for the cooling down and keeping the cooling, is a temperature -53 3. The shame, you can see that we have a biogas inlet which is forwarded to the first column, and after that the biogas is removed. This column I'm working alternatively. So first of all, it's working one column. When this column is full of the recitate, the freezed recitate, then we can revise the column, and the first one is recovered and second one is on. So why we to do it? We have on the left side, we have some shame of the biomethane cryogenic unit that could be set in the whole system of biomethane production. And we have the Gister on the landfill gas. We have our system, that cryogenic condensation temperature system, which is the first step to produce the to pre-clean the biogas for the upgraded system. Then we have an initial cooling, some warming up. Second step is a compression. Then we have the membrane separation. Here we have a 3-stage unit. And then we have the optional system that we can to inject propane and measure quality. And in the end, we can to inject to gas grid, produce CLNG or LCO2. The one membrane flow, last I told, the maximum is 1,500 cubic meter per hour. But if you would like to receive the bigger plants, bigger efficiency, we have to multiplicate the 2 sections. Compression should be bigger, and the membrane separation, not 3-stage, it could be 6 one. What more? In this table, I would like to show you the cryogenic flow parameters that were investigated by me. We set the flow from the, it's in the liters of the biogas per hour, from 1.5 liters up to 100 liters. In the laboratory scale, more than 100 liters was absolutely not, we couldn't, we have not possible to do more than 100 because of we have the limitations with our systems and installation. The maximum temperature what we had the biogas was -50, and the total biogas volume that we could forward by the system was 4.5 liters. The delta T that we on the inlet had more than 27 degrees biogas was a warm. After our system, we receive -50. So this difference is a delta. So if we had a lower flow, we could have a big range of the temperature that the working proficiency for the process. If we start to increase the flow through the system, the efficiency was decreasing. About the real condition, you can see that could be observed that more than 150 liters per hour, we do not receive -45%, -45 degrees temperature of biogas. That equates that we could remove all of siloxanes and another components from the inlet biogas. So the determination of more and still increasing the flow causes that the process was not enough efficiency that we would like to achieve. So the main results that I would like to show you, we would like to divide it on the 2 groups. First one is a typical organosilicon compounds in shape of siloxanes, 3-methylsilanol, and we calculate the sum. On the right one is one moment. On the right one we have non-silica components, and we have 2 we have 3 points, row, point A, B after pre-cleaned system when with the 3-methyl-silanol was removed, and after point C is after CTCS system. What we can do in the on the side the silicon contained components that we can see that we significantly reduce the components of silicon after our process. What we can do in the non-silica contaminants, we can see that still increasing flow and still decreasing the temperature, it couldn't have a good enough good enough effect on the sum of contaminants. That in the main point we can reduce only more than 65% of all not silica components that we would like to do 100. So it's a main conclusion that only cryogenic condensation couldn't be the one pre-cleaned system for the clean and biogas which is forwarded to biomethane upgradation. So we have to do a combo. That means we have a cryogenic condensation system for the siloxanes removal and some additional filter which can remove the rest of contaminants which could be forwarded. In the operation, it is really a big defloat that we can do our biogas which is produced from different sources upgrade progressively. What more? So I would like to show you the removal efficiency of biogas contaminants, which has depended from the point that where we have the points you have in the top, in the bottom of the screen, you can see. And we can see that the removal is on our cryogenic condensation system is most effectively only for siloxanes and 3-methyl-silanol, which we remove 100%. Anterior siloxanes were gone. That not effective that we could do was for the sum of siloxane, mostly ammonia. Cryogenic system. I would like to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of the system. Most that 99% of siloxanes can be removed. It is a good information. Columns work alternatively, and that system could work automatically and constantly. No additional energy for column regeneration is required because the regeneration column is warmed up by the waste heat, which is generated by pump. System can be part of the biomethane upgrade pretreatment, not full treatment. I told that we need to have a combo because all contaminants will not remove efficiency that we would like or we supposed. Removal of the volatile organic compounds and water content during the operation. So we have to see some disadvantages that when we have a really wet biogas, most water saturated biogas, this system does not work proficiently because inside the column, first of all, the water is freezing, and cleaning the water must require from the system that he have to change frequently, that it could be damaging. Removal of 3-methyl-silanol in the same process. So if we have a 3-step, first water removal, second one siloxanes removal, and then some system based on the active carbon or another. So we can remove all contaminants that could be that are limited for the biogas upgradation. The capacity of installation is up to 1,500 when we have the rescale our system, but for the laboratory scale, we have to talk mostly it's up to 100 cubic meter per hour. The condensate is removed during column regeneration. That I told the warm heat is warm the column and the Leschettel. this condensate is removed. The low cost of treatment, we calculated that this is a 0.01 euro per 1 cubic meter of the initially water saturated biogas. Energy consuming is lower for 2 columns. Of course, it's lower than 0.1 kilowatt per 1 cubic meter of biogas. What is the disadvantage of the system? Extra energy for system operation is required, particularly in initial stage of operation. So we have to remove the humidity and the water if you do want to damage our system, and domestic high condensate is required. So conclusion that I can say about the system: the applying of cryogenic is effective, removes siloxanes, volatile organic compounds, halogenated H2S and ammonia from raw biogas and initially pretreatment. The presented cryogenic system allowed to rapid removal of the organic and inorganic impurities from biogas stream. Biogas was pre-cleaned to biomethane quality and can be forwarded to upgrading process. Time of contact between biogas and cold surface inside our system was significantly extended due to combination of 2 columns working alternately. The siloxanes effective absorption was determined that allows to estimate the effective work of cryogenic system, and the general parameters of a cryogenic system was defined to affect clean raw biogas to biomethane quality. And what is important, it could be rescale. The publication that were used for the communicate our findings. The recent in Journal of Cleaner Production, previous in Biosource Technology, Energy Molecules, whereas describe all procedures that could be applied for the siloxanes determination in different type of biogas on the different stage of exploitation. In the journal Environmental Chemical Engineering, that we could add the most extra step, this combo, what I told about the preclement in the shape of multi-biogas quality column system, energy conversion, energy management, development of measurement techniques, not only for siloxanes, for all contaminants that are in our biogas, and something about the experimental approach of the direct absorption, that we use this sampling train. Why and what results we obtained. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I'm ready to respond. Of course, I'm on Zoom chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pihota. I think due to the time limitation, so if you have any question, please contact Professor Pihota directly, or leave your message in the chat box. And the next presentation, originally will be changed to the Professor Petra Kinis. Unfortunately, he got a very urgent meeting, so we will cancel the last presentation. So I would like to thank you the 4 delegates to give a very nice presentation this afternoon, and also thank you all the audience to join this afternoon. I hope you will enjoy the presentation and give and also receive a lot of information, especially on the biomass energy and the bio refinery topic. So I will close this session, and the floor is hand over to the Maejo University, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Keng Tung Woo from Taiwan, as being our chair for this session. And here is the end of today's session for the 3rd International Conference on Renewable Energy, Sustainable Environmental and Agri-Technological Innovation, or I-RESEAT 2021. I would like to express my appreciation to all keynote speakers for your valuable contribution to our I-RESEAT 2021. And still, we have interesting topics from keynote speakers again tomorrow, all day, starting from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the evening. And if you are interested in joining our session, please feel free to join us via Zoom like today. So today is the end of the session. Thank you very much for your participation and good evening. Thank you.
Recording stopped.